Yo guys, just let me know if the sounds are okay. Just so you know, I'll check out the mic working. Let me know in the chat, in the YouTube chat if the mic's working all good and you can hear clearly. Can you hear clearly? Actually, I want to redo that because I had the music running in the background. Let me know if you can hear me okay. I think it's coming through okay from my side. This is just a test. Right, I thought I'd start it a little early. I think it's okay. Yeah, stream should be good. Right, okay. Pretty much plan for today is we've got 3 pairs I'm going to be looking at in the watch list. We've got gold, we've got US 30, and we've got NASDAQ that we're going to be focusing on. These are the 3 that I'll be watching. I've got bullish moves potentially on the indices that I'm waiting for. And then we've got a bearish move to see if gold wants to sort of drop back down and provide any sort of move today. Back down. Obviously, we've got PMI at 10 a.m. So this is going to be the key time that I'll be looking to sort of get in and use the volatility and see if it works, I guess, really. Let's see. I'm just going to keep the chat open. So again, if you guys have any questions or anything, let me know and I can answer your questions to the best of my ability and potentially sort of give you some analysis from my side. Right, so obviously you know that I'm not really a live streamer, but I'm trying to get into it whenever I sort of have time to do some live streams. Obviously I do want to sort of do a bit more of it when I can. But as you know, today in the UK it's bank holiday. So again, day job, don't have to do it. Today I'll be back tomorrow, but we've got some spare time, so we thought might as well just do a quick live stream for you guys to help you. And again, it gets me doing something for today because I know I was going to have a pretty relaxing day, so I might as well just trade with you guys and see how it goes. Pretty much, in short, main timing for trading will be main trading time for me is going to be only after 9:30. That's all I care about. Main trading time 9:30. So before, just me waffling on, and potentially while we're waiting for a setup, it's going to be me waffling on again. This is the downside when it comes to sort of live streaming, but you're chilling with me, and I hope I can sort of provide some great entertainment along the way. Let me see if the music is off, which it is. Just to confirm, can you guys hear me okay? Because I've got my side's all switched off, so just drop a quick message in the chat if you can hear me all good, and then that'll give me the confidence to keep going. Otherwise, I'm going to be sort of worried about stream's not good, no one's hearing me. I hate when I recorded many forecasts and realized that the mic wasn't connected and it was used like a 20-minute forecast or a thing that we did. Let's see, live chat stream's good. Got 11 people in here. Don't forget to leave a like on the stream. I know we got 11 people watching. But I think leaving a like actually confirms that you're sort of in, and you should promote this live stream to other people, and hopefully we can get some new traders that are struggling in the markets and want to sort of get that right analysis. And if you guys think that I provide some decent analysis to sort of guide some people, I'm happy to do so, and that's why I'm doing this live stream as well, just to sort of give my analysis on things and just talk about just trading psychology in general, how I'm sort of dealing with it, especially with gold in this sort of mad market range. Look at this, man. Look at this move from today. 600 pips. That is mad. Imagine saying, you got a year ago, 2 years ago, that I just caught 600 pips on gold. That would used to be a swing trade. This thing's doing it in just a London session now, which is crazy. What is that? Within like 7 hours. Wow. And then from London session, this move is like 3 hours, and it did 500 pips. That is mad. I hope no one is sort of selling in this move. And if you were, don't be shy to just sort of drop a message that you were. Condolences on that. But yeah, we knew that today. Obviously, market opening wasn't looking for any sort of bearish moves. I was waiting for this daily fair value gap, and we're still in this daily fair value gap. Again, the day hasn't closed yet. So main aim here is just to see exactly what happens here, see what the order flow is saying, see if this gets respected. If it doesn't, then we're switching. We're going to continue our bullish order flow, I guess, is what I'm going to be looking for based off today's close. We didn't switch into a bearish order flow. It was just shorter term that I was expecting for price to push lower. I was looking for prices to tap into this area here from the monthly open of April to see if we can sort of trade back down into here, which is what I'm still looking for. Again, as buyers, we do want to be quite low in the discount. You can see that price here did tap in on that 50% level, so it did sort of tap into discount right at the monthly open, and then price is starting to shoot up again. So again, be careful when you're sort of selling, and that's why this is lower down in my list. Okay, so this is like a lower probability trade, I'd say. I'd rather favor indices for today because they're sort of lining up a lot better. With gold, what could happen is we could sort of get a bit of choppier and then get a little bit of a pullback. Maybe we can profit on that sort of pullback move, but knowing that price could potentially sort of push back up again and continue its bullish sort of order flow and continue towards this high here at 33.67, which I know there's a lot of buy side there, a lot of sellers have been placing their stop losses there and stuff. So there's a lot of liquidity sitting above that level, and that sort of continues that sort of bullish market structure. So again, here on the 4-hour time frame, you don't want to see sort of prices start closing above these levels. You want to see wicks above them. I wouldn't mind wick and then sort of close back inside this range. But if you start seeing the market start closing higher and higher with the candles very, very bullish, then again the probability of the sells sort of start dropping. So I'm only going to jump into a gold trade if if I see like that move at that 5 minute, everything lining up for a market structure shift and everything. So gold lower down on my list. Let's go over to the US 30 here. So US 30, pretty much, if you can look at this chart, I'm not sure, we've got what, 14 people in here. Just look at this chart and tell me what's the order flow. Just a quick question out there. Do you think US 30 is bullish, or do you think US 30 is bearish? I'm going to switch over to the 4-hour time frame so you can see a bit better. So based off today, what should we be looking for? Should we be looking for buys, or should we be looking for sells? Simple question. See if anyone is going to drop a response in the chat. Actually, I might put cam on still. Not looking too good, but we'll put cam on. Obviously in the penthouse and that. Jeez. We're in the, got the pool behind me. They're distracted. I got distracted. Anyone? No? I feel like a teacher at school. I'm asking a question to all the students. I'm not sure. Can you hear me? Obviously in the penthouse and that. Yeah, you guys can hear me. It's all good. Anything? No? Bullish, bearish? No one? No one wants to be interactive? Cool. Okay, so fine. I'll just talk myself. Right. In short, you can clearly see that this is trending higher. Yeah, you got like moves like this. So you can see that price is moving in an uptrend. So very bullish. Small buy and then big sell. Hey, there we go. We got a response there. That's pretty much what I'm looking for here. A buy again. The buy it's a pretty decent sized buy. It's not like a small buy. It's decent. Like it's enough for like what is that? 4,000 ticks, I believe. No, 4,400. When I switch brokers, the numbers change all the time. Let me quickly do it on a smaller scale. That's about 50 ticks, isn't it? So let's do that to that. Let's go to there. It's like 100 pips, 100 points. Yeah, okay. So let's do from here to here. That's about 500 points. Yeah, got Anthony with the pump and then dump. Love to see that. Yep, that's pretty much what I'm saying. So again, the pump is what I'm focusing on. Focusing on the pump. Why? Because we are still bullish. We haven't had any market structure shift. And if the timing serves that correctly, we're getting closer to that New York Open and prices are already starting to push down here. You know, I wouldn't mind getting in on this pump. So if you're trying to get on this pump, what we want to see is like, you know, quick liquidity collection, little pump there, little retracement. Let's get on this move, get out, and then we're done. And then time to see what market wants to do, because again, I don't want to start picking the top of this market because we have an opening gap here on US 30. So again, yes, I am expecting for prices to start filling into this gap. We are getting lower prices, so I'm expecting one more push up. Let's get onto this buy and then see exactly what price wants to do here. If it wants to start giving us some big reversals and some corrective measures back into this area, fair enough. Then we'll get back in on sells. But look at where I've drawn this arrow and look at what red news folder is right here. Fed interest rate decision. So, you know, quite clear on what we're sort of going to be looking for the rest of this week. If we can get this reversal based off the interest rate decision, you know, that will be a key catalyst that could turn around in this market, so, you know, according to the technicals as well. So we want to see exactly what happens, whether the interest rates sort of start declining or they sort of stay where they are. And then we'll see exactly what Trump wants to do after that. But for now, bullish. Very, very simple stuff. And this is why like indices, the US 30 and NASDAQ are quite higher up in terms of my probability on my list, in terms of confirmations are there. I'm feeling a bit more confident with these trades compared to gold. So I'd rather favor an entry on these today in sort of looking at and using this sort of buy model that we're going to get. Again, price is pushing lower at the moment. If I switch on where the midnight open is, price is hovering around the opening price. So if you can get a quick sweep down below, take out the liquidity first, then a quick reversal, get a market structure shift to confirm that it's bullish, any FVGs, you know, all that good stuff, then we're good to go and start placing some stop losses below the low. Because again, stop losses below the low, because this thing is bullish, we want order flow to be respected as bullish. If the price starts coming and starts attacking our stop loss, then either we've been invalidated and this thing's, you know, reversing, or it's just a quick liquidity collection and then we may be able to enter again. So this is why I say to sort of use your, you know, your minimum amount of risk again. And then if there's any other setups that occur later, maybe in the PM session or something, you can go again. You know, you're not fully risked out for the day. Yeah, that's pretty much it on that. So quite simple. Price pull back down into an order block here, 15-minute order blocks. Let's tap that and fly. Let's go into NASDAQ and have a look at the same thing. So price action almost looks similar, but you can see that price is sort of pushing already lower. It's already down below the Asia low here. So we want to see exactly what happens. We are in the 1 hour fair value gap. You want to see that respected as well. Confirmations. We are quite close to the PDL, so be careful on that. So I wouldn't mind. That also enhances, with my back testing, enhances the strategy even more. If price wants to take out a PDL, it's a liquidity collection. If the thing is bullish, you want price to take out PDL and then reject straight back up. What do we have? We had something similar on this big dump right here. Look, price dumped down. There's a low. There's a low. These are previous daily lows. Price took out the previous daily lows, and guess what it did? Straight back up. Continue, and then PM session, absolute flyer, mate. Price went all the way back up, and then it took out the highs as well. So this was a fantastic move. Here we ended up missing this move because we weren't looking at NASDAQ, we were looking at US 30, but NASDAQ decided to provide that clean dump back into the daily fair value gap. Look at this, watch. I'm gonna mark this daily fair value gap, right? Look over here. Price, did it tap into it? Just tapped into it, right? and then we get a rejection. Cool. Now, where did price sort of fall on this little dump? It came and it dropped towards that midpoint of that daily fair value gap, right? That 50% right there, look at that. 50% of it is filled, which is another bullish sign because it doesn't need to fill all of it. Just, mitigating this fair value gap. And then price decides to show a reversal and look where it went, create another high. So that's bullish order flow right there, man. And again, you also have this order block here, so don't get me wrong. Price sort of tapped towards into this order block here. And then bullish order flow continue. Similar sort of thing is what we're expecting. The price wants to dump back down and then continue in an uptrend. So that's what we're looking for. Thought I'd just go on about that anymore for a bit, just so you understand what I'm looking for. And it helps me as well, I guess, talking about it. So it's quite cool when I jump on live streams because it allows me to sort of talk about it a bit more. And it's good when I talk about it, I guess. Keeps my mental state in check so I don't start selling. So if I start selling, guys, just drop a message in the chat saying, what are you doing, bro? Why are you selling? Don't want to be selling this market. Right. Gold, what's it going? What's it doing? It's pushing higher here. Let's have a look at any other sort of buy side levels. We do have this here, which I don't mind if that gets taken out. Let's keep things clean. I don't want too many buy side levels created, but keep things clean. So again, we've got these levels here. Let's have a look at the sessions. There's Asia high from Tuesday. Obviously, we're already above Asia and London here, so quite bullish, above the midnight open. So again, I wouldn't be looking for buys. Buys, even if price does retrace, right? Again, a lot of people have been like, why don't you just look for buys? And if price retraces back to here and pushes back up, we want to see where the actual opening price of the day was, which is here, right? This is midnight opening price. Now, I would like to buy below midnight opening price. That is an optimal area for me because price is as low as possible. It's lower than the daily open, so you're trying to get in on that wick. So think about the daily open candle. Think about the daily candle and the way the candles are drawn here. You can see that we have an open price of the candle, you have a closed price on the candle, and then you have a wick. If you start entering below the open price, then you're entering within the wick. You want to enter in the wick. That's the lowest possible areas to start entering, which is why for buys, for me, I gotta wait. I gotta see if price sort of pushes back below that midnight open. Now, if price even does that, then doesn't price look a bit more bearish to you than buying? Then if price has such a big drop like that from this area, and then it goes back to my sort of higher time frame bias, where if price starts rejecting this whole daily fair value gap and pushes back down towards this area, back down to weekly open, then price will potentially use that to push lower off the weekly open and back down. So that's exactly what I'll be looking for. So buys at the moment off the table, I'd say. I wouldn't be looking for buys this high in the market. We're in a premium, so I'd only be looking for that. So pretty much that's a breakdown. In the chat, let me know if you found that useful, find it insightful. So I gave you a little bit of a context on why I'm looking for this stuff. Any other questions, let me know. My throat is a bit dry, so I'm going to have to go grab a drink. But I will leave some text here so you guys know where I've gone. Might just go jump in the pool behind me. Let's see. I'm going to write it down in terms of possibilities. So US 30, 2, and then 3, NASDAQ, and then gold. And then I guess what order probability? Ruba. Order of, in order of probability. Bullish. Bullish, and then bearish for me, just in terms of where we are for today. Bullish, bearish, And again, yes, in order technically, I'm not sure if it depends. Nasdaq and USA in terms of the order probability, it's whatever sets up that better setup, that more clearer setup. Because what you could get on USA is you could get like a move like this, and then price just flies and doesn't retest. But then on Nasdaq, it does like sort of move out like this and retest and then flies. Yeah. So in terms of probability, it just depends on which one sets up. Either this one will be like a no-go, and this one will be a tick. Because in this one, we were allowed to get in with a stop loss below the low, whereas this one's just gone. It just didn't give us an entry. That's why I tend to use both, just to see in terms of which one gives us a better entry. I've noticed I only added this onto my list recently that you can see here. I'll give you a good example, right? Notice how price has taken out all of these lows and tapped into an area and then went back up, right? This is Nasdaq. I'm going to show you what happened on US 30. Notice how price didn't take out this low and flew. So for me, in my head, emotionally, I'll be looking at that and be like, price could still take out that low. Price could still take out this low and then go up. But again, whereas if you're looking at Nasdaq, you'd be like, yep, it's all done. I'm ready. I've got a bit more confirmation, and you feel a bit more confident with that trade compared to that. So then that's where having two can sort of help you you sort of broaden your horizons on what's a better set, on what's moving a bit better, what sort of is giving, ticking those boxes a little more, which will then provide you a setup. So that's what I'm at. There's the text gone. Here it is. So pretty much I'm going to leave this here, and I'll be back at New York Open 9:30, provided thoughts already provided thoughts on why. We'll recap again. I'll recap it again once I'm back. So that's the pretty much, where should I put this? Let's put this here. Right, we'll see how it goes. I'll leave this here. I think that's a good sort of angle for the chart, right? We want to see a sort of bearish reversal here with some structure breaks and stuff that confirm the market structure is shifting again after collecting these areas. Again, looking at fair value gaps. Not seeing any at the moment, so it will just be based off if there's any created. In terms of the 4 hour, just a tiny one up here, so not sure if price wants to use this inverted fair value gap for a bearish move back down. So that could be possible, but I don't want to, plaster the charts with loads of fair value gaps everywhere. So I'm going to keep it quite clean. I'm going to push this down so it's there. And you guys can, maybe I'll just make it smaller. I don't know what I'm doing. And then just zoom in a bit more. There you go. Oh, it's taking too long. Right, pretty much. That's it from me. Let me know in the chat if you need anything answered, if you got any questions and stuff, or just general feedback. Thank you, appreciate it. I'm gonna be right back. Be back at 9:30. Yo guys, what's going on? Welcome back. Just going to do a quick mic check. Give me a sec. Yep, we seem all good. Happy with that. Okay, cool. Right, welcome back. Had a quick lunch. Now I'm ready. So let's have a look at New York Open on the indices, because this is where you'll get the most volatility initially. So 929. I'm actually going to share this 1 second. The thing in the VIP, so they know what's going on. If they're not in the free channel. Right, okay, cool. Keep the chat open. Guys, got any questions, don't forget to drop them. But for now, let's carry on looking at what's going on here. So I believe we won't be entering immediately after 9:30, so nothing to sort of rush into here. We're still, again, looking at, right now, still bearish structure here. So what we want to see is we want to see price sort of swipe out these lows and then push back up. Is there a specific number of points in which indices should move in a week or a day? In terms of like the actual points, I'm not too fussed on, because again, in terms of like the amount of points that this moved from here to here, that's crazy. That's more than like what, 2,000 points almost. So it just depends on the day. You can't really sort of put a number to it. Obviously, averaging, you can go based on these sort of small moves, like 200-300 pips, 200-300 points of a. I'd say like sort of 300-400 points in a day is decent, but it depends on where the target is. Now, in short, the daily bias is bullish, right? So let me get my camera on 1 sec. Hello everyone. Right, so daily bias is bullish, so you're expecting to see price close back above, or yeah, push back above the prior high, right? So this will be PDH. So let's just get that marked on the chart here. It's PDH, where are we? Right here. So essentially, you're expecting for price to push above here. So if you calculate the amount of points that is, it's around 300-400 points. So you can see already 300-400 points right there is what we'll be expecting for today, if we can get that to attack a new high. Now, depending on how much this moves down and gives us a setup, we could have potentially more. So it just depends on the day and how it's sort of aligned. So I can't give you an exact number, but the average around 300-400 is what you'll sort of see on USA, especially in this sort of move in this market. Wherever it sort of retraces back down, you can see a move from here. Overnight, you had a break here. And then this became a sort of breaker block, price traded back into it, a London session, and then you sort of started to see price sort of climb back out of it. And then 8:30, we had a pump. I believe this was with NFP, and then price came back down into the NFP sort of range, 50%. And this is when New York opened, and then you saw price start climbing from here. So if you got in and a move from here, that would have been 200-300 to continue up. However, if you got a move from here to the top, again, 500. So that's what I was trying to say. It just depends on where you sort of gain and what you're trying to look for. Right, New York Open. Let's drop down, I guess. 5-minute time frame. And let's see if this plots down the New York Open for midnight New York. Does it plot it? What about equities? Oh, these are vertical lines, equities. Right, there we go. So equities open 9:30. We're getting a push up here. Again, we're not sort of interested on this push here. What I want to see is I want to see price back below Asia low and back in towards this range down here before looking for buys. Right now, we are above midnight open price, so not looking for any moves here. We want to see price back below midnight open price at the moment. So let's let it dance around and then see what we're going to go for, because we're looking for that bullish move back up towards the weekly open. And if you guys didn't notice, we have a weekly open gap here, which will be your NVOG right here. And I need to outline it because I've switched theme and my text should be black. And then we'll save that as NVOG. Like so. So weekly open gap, potentially price could push back into there, give a little zigzag, maybe even give us a confirmation to push up. Now, if this sort of moves up, this is where it starts to decrease on our probability level. I may enter, but the risk will be lower. So in short, I'm just looking at this. So if entry is below midnight open and you are bullish, essentially, then normal risk, right? However, if it's the other way, so if entry is above midnight open and you're bullish, then this is reduced risk because price is still quite high. I don't want to be that high in the range, so I'll use reduced risk, whereas the normal risk if it's below. So we let it dance around, see what it does, see if price wants to sort of do some zigzags initially, so pushing up, inducing buyers, and then gives us a little dump back down, and then the main move begins. If price runs away, it runs away. I don't mind just sort of being here and just being a part of the muse here and seeing exactly what it does. So essentially, we've got a 5-minute close back outside here, but price has tapped into this. Let's see what Nasdaq is doing here. Price is taken out there. See, we don't care about all of this Asia low collection right here. What I want to see is when after equities open, does price tap again back below the Asia low? This could give us a better indication. Right here, you can see with Nasdaq, look at that midnight open. It's still above where price is. 1 second, let me just switch that and then go again. Like you can see that midnight open right here, it's higher up on Nasdaq, whereas the midnight opening price on US 30 is below where everything is. So we want to see exactly what happens here. If price wants to react off this midnight open and then push down, fair enough. This will give us a better entry. I'm going to give it until like sort of give half an hour. Try not to trade too much on this initial. I try to wait till 10, the next half an hour candle, which increases the probability as well. So again, you can see right now at the moment, not really rushing into anything. I want to see exactly what happens based off this move here, because right now price is trading down, as you can see, right? I want to see exactly what happens here. If it sort of pushes one more lower, this sort of gives us a better entry for a buy, because we're ending where we want to see a market structure shift like this. However, if price sort of starts to push up above this and closes here, this is very bullish for me. So I'll wait for price to push back into this area to then push up from there. That's what that round did, didn't it? Let's do that again, like this, like that, and like that, because that will be your market structure shift. Price will be starting to break and go into a bullish sort of structure right there. So let's see what happens. Nasdaq seems a little bit better for me because of that midnight opening price is just sitting there. Whereas if US 30 starts to do that, that midnight opening price, man, it's still lower. So this is why I had both of them on my list. So I picked one that's better. So gold, what's it saying? Price collected the buy side on the gold there. We're looking for a potential structure shift here, but I'm not liking this sort of sluggish sort of move back down. But got a 5-minute FEG being created here, like so. 5 minutes. New York opens there. Price again, you can see that it's above midnight open, so I'm not too worried. If catching a sell here is minor, I'm not too worried about that. No, pretty much what you want to see. You want to see price start to close below here as a shift here, potentially leaving that 5-minute fair value gap open. Wouldn't mind taking that. It's not too bad, to be honest. So And then your SL potentially would have to be above that high here. Because if price starts to trade back above there, you leave this here because obviously you've got 930 open, so gives that chop. Again, you can put it above this high, I don't mind that. The third candle that created the fair value gap. But let's see if price closes here. So let's do this. And then waiting to see if 5 minute closes below. This is swing point, actually, not shift. Below swing point. So you can see we had a few rejections. Let me share this with the VIPs here. Gold potential bearish position. Now gold, a risk of 0.5% is the start of the week. Again, we have news at 10 a.m. So in about 20 minutes, we have news as well. So could get some sort of mad whiplashes. So 0.5% risk, I'm not too mad about it. I wouldn't mind just risking that on that. US 30 and NASDAQ, what's going on here? Price is rejecting at the moment. So we're hitting this area, we're getting some rejection. So essentially, I would like to see price start pushing back down, which is a good sign. I wouldn't mind to wait and see price take out all of these lows. Give a little nice swipe back down here. That would be that, and then let's see that sort of move again after. So patience is key. Is that, yeah, well done. Yeah, patience is key, exactly. And hopefully I'll be able to provide you guys with more examples here on why patience is key. Because, like, say for example, you bought here and this absolutely collapses like it is at the moment, as I was expecting, then your buy is just trapped. The early buyers are trapped. Price is now swiped straight down and you're just stuck there. Stop losses are getting whacked. You're either moving your stop loss lower, hoping it reverses, but then turns out this thing actually just falls off the map. And then what do? You know, this is why exactly I wait for this open. This opens a dangerous thing, especially on indices, which is why I'm waiting. Let's see exactly what's happening in US 30. You could get sort of swooped down. You know what? I'm liking this NASDAQ a little bit more, so you might see me on this NASDAQ chart for longer because I am watching for a potential trade entry. Right, so we created a sort of swing point here, but I want to see these lows taken out. It's too clean, so I'm expecting sort of a swipe straight back below here and then some sort of reversal back up. So see something like this. 1 second, I'm just checking out the Telegram. How are you guys finding the stream so far? I'm just going to be pinning some of the chats here. Patience is key right there. Facts. Any other sort of like feedback or any other questions, anything you're learning from this, let me know, man, because it gets me a bit excited that I'm glad to be helping some people. So notice how, look, this right there, what is that, 15-minute FEG right there? Look at that. Tapped into it, started to reject. Now again, you can sell. Yes, I see what you're trying to say. Why don't you sell away? So what's going on? But why would I want to sell if this is a bullish market? Price could easily run straight through that. But price at the moment is respecting bearish order flow on a smaller time frame. We're going to wait until that flips, and then we're going to definitely be on the main move. In terms of our fair value gap, this big one, we're still trading inside it. So patience at the moment. What I like to do, I'm not getting too excited. Right, let's stay on the 15 for now. I'm going to go to US 30. Look at US 30 staying there while NASDAQ is moving down. Weekly opening gap. Do we have one on NASDAQ? No, we do not. JM, I'm finding it very insightful how you mark up and analyze charts. Patience is key. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Great stream and education. Thank you, Tom. Love that, man. I do want to do some more of these, but timing's always key, especially around this time. Can't do a live stream, man. always, and running VIP things as well. It's just a lot of work, man, a lot of work. Right, yo, look what's going on here. We're back on gold. So I'm just going to take away this message here. Just going to give you a little shout out there. GM, look at that. Look at this rejection, guys. People who are selling at that point, look at what's happening right now. They're getting swiped. They're getting pulled back up. Whew, nasty. And this is why we wait to see its 5-minute closes. Now, right now, if I go back to the 5-minute, it's going into this fair value gap, right? Now this is where it's key, right? Watch, I'm going to explain something. Hopefully, you guys might find something very interesting here. So look, notice how this 5-minute fair value gap, a lot of sellers are going to be starting to enter here. So this is not an entry, but I'm going to put a short position here. For example, if someone entered like this, right? And this might end up, wait, let me just make it clear. Watch, not an entry. Okay, cool. Not an entry, just in case someone decides to go for 5 lots on the sell here. So this is something I want to explain. So many people will see this 5-minute fair value gap as an entry, time to go down, right? And this might be correct. It might actually go down. Obviously, this is in the future, so it might start moving into your favor. I would like to keep this there as an example on what I would like to show you. So because price is not broken this, you can see that, look, price is moving up, still in an uptrend, right? And it's moving into this fair value gap right here to induce sellers. It might actually move down a little, right, to start getting some sellers in the market, but it may just fail and start moving back up like this. It may drag them, right, because we haven't got any close below a swing point yet. Now, if this does move down, so you notice how it's moving down, right, and this is where the other flip side happens at the moment. I don't see this as an entry yet. You could have entered. Fair enough. If you did, you can see that our price is in 20 pips profit. However, I'd only look for an entry if we still get a close again after. Then I look for another entry, like the initial entry, and then price. Look how price is rejecting now. Sellers may be sitting in here, so I'm going to keep this there as an example to see what happens. Because what I'm expecting, right, is because we never got a close below, never got any market structure shift or anything. Look, I'm expecting that. Sellers out, the market not in not in the swimming pool behind me, but as you can see right there, straight move back up. Now, maybe they might be adding some more sells in, or going a bit, you know what, this looks like it's going to go down, add a few more sells in. Yeah, risk is out the window now, right? And I'll keep that there. Let's switch back over to USA. USA is starting to move back down now. Nasdaq, what's it gone? Ooh, cheeky rejection there. Back into this area. No. So price did push back below Asia low here. Wick though. So still dancing around with the wicks. USA starting to push down again. So in short, with USA, if you guys are not sort of following on what I'm waiting for, I'm not just waffling for no reason. This is a potential order block right here. However, Asia low, it's just been tapped. It hasn't been taken out with the equities open. So still would like to see potentially all of these sellers, these early buyers out of the market, price to tap into the 15-minute order block right here, right? And then sort of start to show some sort of reversal sign to push up. And this could be at, 10 a.m. Yeah. See how it's like, the 10 a.m. candle could do this and then it starts to move up. But I'm not seeing anything. Price has closed outside here, the 5-minute, but you could say that, this is an order block, bro. Price is retesting, come back in, but I'm not seeing a fair value gap. No FEG at the moment, so that's no entry. I'll enter based off the fair value gap. I'm not seeing any fair value gap here on a 15-minute, on a 5-minute. We've got something. We've got something on a 5 actually here. But look, if I can put a trend line underneath everything below, I'm not entering. And remember what I said earlier, price is above midnight open. So All links together. And hope like you're making quick notes because this is key information on what I use on a day-to-day. Meanwhile, gold just chilling around here. Just chilling. 15 viewers again, guys. If you are viewing in this live stream, don't forget to leave a like if you're enjoying it, man. See, because I'm sure YouTube will start to share this across I'll get in the algorithm, and then more people could find us, find our community, and we could start growing. That's what I want to do. Start to push out. Look at this. Wow. I'm going to drop in 1 minute. I don't trade on it. Well, I try not to trade on it. It's not good for my mental health, I tell you that. That's for sure. Look how price is just dragging them up. Like, no bearish candles. Green. Bullish. Ooh, getting swiped now. 20 pips and negatives right there. But this is what I was trying to say. And a lot of the time, don't get me wrong, I'm going to be honest. I would have looked at that and started entering. And this is why I'm trying to make it very, very clear by like kind of forward testing live with you guys that stuff like this does happen, and price potentially will go straight up to this towards the stop loss. And again, yes, not an entry. I'm just giving an explanation here of how this 5-minute fair value gap will fail and price will push up because we haven't had a market structure shift yet. This at the top potentially will get swiped to everyone's placing their stop losses here. This could be a buy position right now, but I don't want to buy this high. Like, this would be a buy position. Price tap into this 5-minute fair value gap. This is now an inverted fair value gap. So price should go up from here. But again, not an entry. It should do something like this where you have something like that and price should go up. But I'm not buying that high, mate. I'm not crazy. I will wait. What's going on back here? 950. 5 minutes, no fair value gap, just a bit of chop here. 5 minute did close above here, but ended up taking that spike out right there. So again, inducing buyers, I think. Now, don't get me wrong. When you live stream trade, especially like for traders who live stream, they'll just want to get a trade on because they're live stream. Look how many people, what, 15 people? Like, if we can get a trade in profit, that'd be crazy. Everyone will be going crazy, but I don't want to force a trade here. And then, Voice FX makes losses, bro. What's going on? That plays mental effect on myself as well. That I'm live. I got all these people watching me. Can't be saying buy now, bro. And then losses get hit. What if you make a loss? All that sort of starts playing effect mentally. So at the moment, just waiting, taking it easy. You may notice I talk a bit more, but trying to fill that gap in because when you're watching trading, a lot of it's just sitting, just staring. Go do what you got to do, come back. But for now, 15-minute fair value gap still being respected. Not getting any closes above. If price starts to close above and then you start getting a move back up here, as I said, this is when I'll only enter if you get that. But look at that for now. So this is what my secondary option is. Into here and then back up. I'll keep this in the chart. Gonna go to USA. Early buyers getting pulled down. What's gold doing? Crazy. Right? People who bought, man, you're being big profits, bro. People who are buying big profits right now. Well, not really big profits, but like 20, 30 pips. In the chat, let me know. Well, write down in the chat right now on if this was a very good explanation for you guys, because I'm quite proud of that explanation. The fact that I showed you guys that 5-minute didn't close below, people would have entered on that 5-minute fair value gap as a sell, thinking that's a sell position, and then price gets swiped out and continues pushing up here and closes above the fair value gap, which means that this is now an inverted fair value gap. So bullish order flow can tap into this and then push up. So let me know in that chat if you guys are still here and still listening to me. if someone just joins the live stream now, they're gonna be like, "Yo, why is this guy like got a short position and he wants it to go up?" Lol, that's jokes, man. He's shorted, so it hits his stop losses target. Nah, not an entry, guys. Right. Price tab back into the 5 minute thing right here. So still waiting. So again, price is now respecting New York Open. We're back at New York Open. Here's a midnight open. We're on US 30 here. But again, if our price had a trend line right here, that's liquidity, man. Give us a swipe, give us a clean swipe, and then let's go, bro. That's what we want to see. That's what I want to see. And then price can go back to this opening gap because we are bullish as well. On the money, bro, choppy session. Facts. Just going to share that there. Do a shout out to man like Mawson. Choppy session indeed. What I've noticed a lot of the time on gold now, you know, is that the main move happens like towards PM session, Asia session. Like, look at this. Look, this is, I remember this because it's the trade that I was trying to take. Pretty much similar sort of thing. A very big bullish move before New York, right? New York starts to sort of drop the market, but then it was absolute chop, right? This took us out as well. We were looking for a sell. We got taken out of break even because of that price, 100 pips straight back to entry. What, 200 pip back to entry. You hardly see that, but you see that now. So now I've learned from this, and I'm now going to be like, right, okay, I'm going to keep my stop loss back at where it should be and not move it until I actually get a confirmed break. With the fact pull back in here took me out. I was trying to get back in, got taken out again, and then at 1 p.m. afterwards, that's when we got like a whole 300-400, well, not 300-400 pip, maybe like, yeah, 1,000 pip drop. And obviously, trying to sell this and you're missed out of the trade just plays like, damn it, how did it go without me? Oh, well, on to the next, you know, but that's just pure chop for the whole session. Could the same thing happen today where it's pure chop until after 12, you know, towards 11 p.m., 11 a.m. New York time? Right now it's 10. So we've got time. That's what I'm saying, guys. We still have time. Now, again, it's you know, the people who are buying, I want to continue a buy here. That would be a position, but I'm not buying. Not buying, guys. So I'm just going to keep this here. So again, as I said, look, inverted fair value gap. Price should continue up. Your stop losses can be below. Trying to continue this bullish move, take out the highs and continue towards what we got. This high taken, you got loads more highs, but price is very high up in the range. We don't want to do that. We don't want to be buying. So depends what type of trader you are. Let me just check what the stream's saying. Stream looks okay. Stream looks good. Look at that. Inverted fair value gap rejecting. Nice. You got a little like fair value gap in the middle here. So I'm going to keep that on the chart. Let's have a look at what US 30 is back up here. NASDAQ, what's it doing? Still dancing around. One hour sort of starting to move up here. I'm going to wait. Anything else you guys want me to look at while we're waiting? Because I get a little bit like, you know, antsy, like, yo, got to start trading, but got to know, we got to learn to sort of just sit back and just relax for a bit until you get sort of proper. This is why I use higher time frame, because if you were watching at 1 minute, bro, look at this market in 1 minute. That's crazy. You got some crazy moves going on the 1 minute, right? And then, yeah, you could have been like, yeah, but look, there's a fair value gap. You could have bought and just continued. But like, yeah, possible stuff you could have. But is that the main move for the day? Does next hour just drop all the way back down? You never know. So we're going to see exactly what happens here. 15 minutes. I would like to see price start to push up. Out of here, do we have a fair value gap on this pump? We've got an order block. Probably would need a fair value gap to start entering this one. So essentially, this is your swing point right there. I'll take the highest high there. Just makes it a lot safer. Because sometimes it could be a liquidity collection and price drops back down. So what I'd want to see is 5 minutes close above that. That would confirm a market structure shift. and then for price to push back up towards weekly open. Euro USD, okay, can you look at S&P 500? What buys for swing trade? Nice push down. Liam, let's have a look. Did it do it? Still there though, still there. It's still there. It hasn't broken this low. So again, the people were buying. I know it's like a sort of setting up like kind of like a head and shoulders. So I'm just waiting. If we get this sort of break and 5 minutes closes back down here. So let me just write that again. 5 minutes closes, must close below here. 5 minute must close below right there. I'm in this sort of, I don't want to be the first person in the drop. I want to sort of just jump in on the move when it's ready to go. So essentially, if this 5 minutes starts to close back below here now, I don't mind starting to, as long as there's a fair value gap, I don't mind starting to get in. So let's see exactly what happens over here. Or what could happen is price could move straight back up. Okay, so let's leave that on gold. Nice one there, Liam. If you're on the sell, well done. If you're profiting, man, I don't mind. I'm just obviously sharing my insights. Let's see what they're going on at the moment. Whew, big push there from USA. What's the Nasdaq saying? Price is pushing. I'm waiting. I don't like it. It's not as clear for me, man. Let me share this to VIPs 1 second first. 15 minute, 5 minute. Price must close. Yep, there we go. Back above this for shift. And then I wouldn't mind, because the midnight opens a lot closer on this one, so I wouldn't mind getting involved on this. Let's send this in here, US 100. Looking for this. Okay. So price must close back above this for a shift. I'd say 5 minute. Price must close back above this for a shift on 5M. So that's a 5 minute I'm watching. So I'm waiting to see that. And then what we're looking for is a retracement towards a midnight open for a buy. You do have an inverted fair value gaps now, so we're going to start using some of those 15 minute fair value gap and all that good stuff. So see how it goes. Okay, Goldie. Hey, hello. He's back and he's dropping. Right, 5 minute close on this gold as well. It helps. I'm often too early, taking a few time lapses, catching a move. Yep, 100%, 100%. So again, that's what I was expecting. Remember, I told you guys that look, you can sell here, stop loss above here, but it's still a little early. Yes, you may have a smaller time frame confirmation. Like look at this head and shoulders and retest and all that good stuff. But what price could easily do is just straight reject and start pushing back up again. You know, and it's got enough sellers in the market. So if I can get a 5 minute close back below here, I'm ready to go. So so we'll wait on that. We've got a fair value gap back in here again. So my entry is going to be around about here if this stays sitting. And this should give me a decent stop loss above this high, around 40, 50 pips. I'm happy with that. I wouldn't mind using something like that if something sets up here. USD and a flyer, so is Nasdaq now. Using that New York Open here to get it going. Just didn't mind again. Yes, Asia low was taken, but it was taken out before equities open. I like to see the Asia low taken out right when equities open. So we could get a very big rejection back down. But just seeing what 5 minute does, I need a close. I need a close and a fair value gap. So right here, let me zoom in for you guys. Can you see this? Right there. We have the candle number 1, candle number 2, and 3. Right in there is a fair value gap. So if we get that close, I'm going to be placing my limits right back down here. Wait for that rejection to come back down. And then this gives me a decent stop loss. Yep, I don't mind that 40, 50 bit points back below New York Open. And I'll just place it down here. If price wants to fall back down from here, we just wait and go again. But this is why we risk 0.5% on the trade. and it's back below midnight open price as well. Look, the green box adds for more confirmation, gives me a bit more confidence in this. So 2 minutes on that. We'll have a look at what happens. Gold, cheeky. Can you see what I was trying to say? Back up it goes again. Chop. So this is what I was trying to say. Has it enticed all the sell stops here to go short to then go straight up now? Because we haven't had that close, and this is what it says. It says multiple times. So we're still waiting. Haven't got that close again. Just wicks. We've got 17 people in here. 17 like people in this chat. Yo, drop a message in the chat below. Got 17 people watching, so got to get some sort of hype in the chat because look what gold's doing. I know people might be selling. I don't want to celebrate. Sorry, but this is just, it's all educational, and we're all just having fun here. SM84 Euro USD. I don't know when the last time I had a look at Euro USD, because I've kind of went back off Forex a long time ago. So my analysis may not be good, but I can give you overall daily and weekly sort of quick analysis. So looking back here, equal lows on the daily there. Bearish, man. After I see those equal lows, that's clear. That's way too clear in terms of unless price spiked it. One sec, let me zoom in. Nope. That wick here is still higher than this wick, so I still will see a potential drawback down. You are currently sitting in a daily fair value gap as well, so just watch this for a daily bias sort of thing. So daily fair value gap here. If price may respect this and start pushing down towards this whole chunk of change right here, and look how high you are within the daily range as well. So sellers may be quite strong here. Let me just zoom out the weekly. Yeah, very high, very high. So definitely shorting is a good opportunity, but that's if you see a good sort of reversal pattern. My strategy should work on this, but I just tend not to use it because it's not as volatile. That's your US30. Quick analysis there. Let me just go back because I think the 5 minutes closed. Oh. Ooh. See what I'm trying to say? People who went long, well, obviously down here would have been profiting greatly, but up here, swipe back down. And that fair value gap, has it been filled now? Fair value gap was filled, so now I'm not seeing an entry anymore. So that takes me back out of the market. I wasn't even, I didn't enter, but you're now starting to see why these wicks, you got to get that close. Look where it's going to go now. And hopefully this now goes and swipes down everyone. And then, your boy, we're going to be in the market. Sorry, I'm getting a bit too excited. Right. It helps often. Let's go back to gold for now. So right now, NASDAQ, let me just stay on topic because I tend to go off topic quite quickly, is I'm expecting for these to get swiped. US30, similar sort of thing. A lot of gaps on US30. I'm not liking how the PA is looking like on there. No. Wow. Yep. Just going to remove this. And as I said, right, watch, let me show you something. If I do inverted fair value gap right here, did these candles close outside? No. They respected the inverted fair value gap. However, the spike would have taken you out. So this is why I'm not buying. Let me have a drink here. Look at that spike. If you had an SR below here, it would have taken you out. You would have started thinking that, yeah, it's going to go down now. I'm going to start selling. You would have started selling and it's now gone up. And this is one main reason why a lot of people just lose money in the market because of this. It's very, very sort of mad. That's all I'm saying on that. Let me know in the chat if you followed all of that move. And that is just sort of just live trading. And what you want to be able to do is you want to be able to call that. If you guys can do that on live market and just talk about it, then entries is just the extra addition on top of it. So you want to be able to talk about it like that. Forget about making money at the market. You're not going to have a yard like this. Yeah, obviously this is fake, just letting you know. But you're not going to have a house like this if you won't be able to sort of just analyze the market and just talk about it like that at the moment. If you're just like, yo, when do I buy, when do I sell? Yeah, good luck. That's all I'm saying. Good luck in the market. So what we're looking at here, price is now taking out the buy side right there again. So again, made a new high. Got this buy side here still, on the higher time frames. I forgot to the 15. Let's just remove this now that we're live still. 15 stop loss is all sitting above here. I don't mind it swiping this out and then showing me his hand. As I told you guys, gold tends to move a lot of the time now towards the end of the day, like PM session time. So we've got enough time on gold. Gold's starting to move like an index in terms of the timing it moves. Let's go back to NASDAQ. Still, again here, nothing. Yo. My microphone died. Let me know in the chat quickly if you guys can hear me. I'll do a quick check myself. Okay, yeah, I'm all good. I'll check that out. Right, what trading sources would you recommend to better understand the market based on your knowledge and experiences? So, obviously, in terms of my sort of background and how long it's taken me to kind of get to this level, it's because I've sort of gone through all the rubbish. Gone through all the rubbish of support and resistance, was taken out half the time. And what kind of, as you can tell from the fair value gaps and the concepts I've been using, I am ICT. I sort of use ICT as these concepts because I see that they work for me, work for my trading style. So in short, tender, ICT 2022 mentorship, search that on YouTube, free, go through it and make loads of notes. It'll take a while, but it's time best spent. Like even now, like I may have watched that like 24, like I came across it quite late. But better late than never, I guess. I came across it quite late, even though if it was out like 2022. I came across it at 24, watched it throughout the whole of 2024. Now it's 2025, and there's still little things that I need to start improving on my according to sort of my psychology as well, and what works best for me. So I'm just always honing little skills, and you can see from now over the weekend, I put some work in on trying to work on this sort of rejection stuff, trying to get in at the perfect time, and it's paying out just by talking about it as well, talking it to you guys. Here we have 5 minute on the gold. 1 second before I'm going to have a look at this now, because price is now back in the range after taking stop losses back out. So it failed to close back above here. Notice that failed to close. So I'm going to write this: failed to close. This is a bearish sign. Failed to close above. So we're not having no market structure shifts and price continuing. Now we want to see if price close back below. If we can see price close back below here, we're getting involved, hopefully. 15-minute big rejection, big rejection. So this is still my swing point. I'd still say that this is my swing point. It seems like a very clean swing, but you could potentially look at this whiplash here, right here. Crazy. Like buyers got taken out, sellers got taken out. Absolute massacre, man. Absolute massacre at the moment. So we're waiting. Patience. This goes back to the start of the live stream. Patience at the moment. Because if we can get a 5-minute close back down below here, that's when it'll start looking a bit better. But for now, could reject, continue up. So let's move back to these guys again. Yeah, still floating around. Still floating around, spiking above. Not getting many like closes above here. This is all just wick business. So again, you guys know that I'm not going to be selling because why I'm not selling is because based off the daily candles and what we said at the start of this live stream, I'm looking for a pump first. I'm looking for price to start pushing, carry on like with this bullish pressure. Look at this. Look how many days we're bullish. Why will you be looking for sales if it's more likely to be bullish at the moment again? So we're waiting. Let all the sellers get in, and then we'll jump involved. We'll get involved on the buy after. This could be a inverted fair value gap here. However, people may initially start saying that look, it's closed outside. It's inverted. Let me know in the comments if you guys start doing that. Like it's closed outside, it's inverted now, done. But it's only an inverted fair value gap. Just what increases its confirmation if we've had a market structure shift, right? So say for example, we're on a downtrend, right? And then price is like closed here, but it's closed above like a fair value gap, right? So let's say there's a fair value gap here, right? 15-minute imbalance. Closed above this now. No, this will be inverted. So now everyone's gonna be like, yep, let's buy and let's move that market up. But what would tend to happen, which is what I've noticed, right, is price will swipe straight through that and continue lower. Why? Because where has there been a shift? There hasn't been. It's still bearish if you think about it. There's lower lows, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower low, lower high, and a lower low again. It's only a better and more confirmed inverted fair value gap is if price starts to push up, then come back down, and then you have a shift right there. If you get something like that, that's a bit better to enter. And now, yes, again, when I talk about this stuff, things like this could happen. Like price could start pushing up from here, but for me, it doesn't seem worth it. I'm not seeing any fair value gaps. I'm not seeing any like proper like real strength. And I'm seeing loads of liquidity still below here. So my stop losses are not safe, right? I want to put my stop losses in a place that's decent, like, safe. That's a level of invalidation. A lot of people will potentially so say, for example, go long here, stop loss below there, right? And then say that, yep, that's invalidated me. I'm done for the day if that's happened, right? And then what happens is the market sort of flies after. And this is why the market flies, is because your stop loss is in a level that you may think it's an invalidation level. However, it's just liquidity collection. You didn't place it in a good position. And that's because you either entered really high, you rushed into the trade, so you have to just place a stop loss at a decent place so it doesn't blow your account. So there's loads of factors that you have to sort of take into account, which is why I promote patience before getting in the market. Because if you just wait and not just rush in, you're likely to get into a better trade. And yes, a lot of scalpers may just sort of get in and have to be quick. But that's fine. But that comes with sort of experience. If you're like a seasonal veteran and you've got a decent record, then yeah, you can rush in. But I'd always promote, again, especially when I'm live and I'm on the free channel, I'm talking to VIPs, that I promote patience anyway. Like you may be trading for 3-4 years and just about sort of got some prop firms under your name, but very easy to blow them up. 1 second, need a drink. 18 people watching live. Leave a like on this YouTube live if you're enjoying it. Drop a message in chat if you're also enjoying it, and I can sort of give you guys shout outs and stuff. Going back to here, what's going on? Rightio.
This is looking a bit better. Right, let's get serious. Gold is looking a bit better here, so I wouldn't mind having a look at gold. Going to send a message in chat, watching gold. So gold 5-minute close. I need a close down here. I don't want a rejection again. So waiting for this 5-minute, 2 minutes candle. If this closes back below here, we have a 5-minute fair value gap right in there. If that stays open, which I want to stay open, this would be a better sort of sell limit area. Stop loss. Ouch. 1, 2, 3. That wick is huge, man. I'd say back above this area right here. Probably going to have to drop down to 1 minute to get a better stop loss area. Right, price is now pulled back into a bullish sort of order block right here. You want to see exactly how price reacts. If price breaks back below here, I wouldn't mind taking this as a sort of reversal pattern right here. So this would be another swing point that low. Even if it just sort of spikes back below it, I'd much favor like a sort of forced entry. It doesn't have to sort of close, but look, it's respecting it at the moment. So on the 1 minute time frame, yes, price is tapped back towards this area here. This is not a fair value gap at the moment because this candle has not closed. And I'm not going to rush in again. We haven't had a close below again. It's still just wicks at the moment. So again, it could just be enticing people. So what could happen is that, look, 5-minute fair value gap now, look, yeah? This is now a 5-minute fair value gap. However, look at that stop loss, man. It's just, again, it just puts me off, like, sort of getting on the trade. So now again, people will enter sells again, right? Because this goes back to the similar point that I was talking about earlier. Let me have Nasdaq on the side here, just so I can see it at the same time. 5-minute. Yeah, nothing special at the moment. So again, people could get in the sell again because there's a 5-minute fair value gap. They'll start placing the stop losses down here because they don't want it too high. Maybe they have it up here, right? Or they could put it here. This again, look at the candles. Look at the candles. This is a these are the candles. These are the next candles. And these currently are the next candles. Wait, hold up. At the moment, obviously this is moving around, but the candles are still climbing higher. I'm not seeing candles close below. So if this can give me that confirmation, fair enough. But right now, again, bullish. Why get involved in the saddle if it's not showing you that it wants to drop? Why do you want to be the first person to get in on the sell when no one else is in the sell with you? So similar sort of thing. Another close above, inverted fair value gap, carry on. We got buy side still sitting up here, and that's for these highs. Yeah. But that doesn't mean that it's bearish. I don't mind if price takes out these highs here and then starts to drop. Look at that. Whoa. Apologies. Look at that. Still a decent amount of drop that we have. So let's just wait. Let's not get burnt when trading. And let's have a look at the others. US 30, man. Creating mad gaps at the moment. But it's way too high. Look at where all the other key levels are. New York is down here and Midnight's down there, so it's way too high to buy from there. And again, not getting major closures at the moment and no fair value gaps. So still sitting, still waiting. Someone mentioned about US 500. Can you look at SP 500? What is a bias for a swing trade? Yeah, pretty much a lot of these like sort of move in sort of sync. Well, not sync, but they're quite close. S&P, Nasdaq, US 500, US 30, sorry, and pretty much at the moment, obviously, you can see that we dropped quite significantly down here. But what I'm still seeing is, depending on this interest rate decision and stuff, what we get on Wednesday, we could see obviously, a start to fall back down. So again, a sell sort of back down towards this gap here, and potentially if price starts to break that back below there, and then maybe another pump back up in terms of a longer term sort of move, because we have one spike here, but it just all depends on what happens in terms of structure at the moment. But for now, your sells are your best bet, but we're still bullish at the moment, so I wouldn't sell yet. I'd wait for some highs to be taken out, maybe this high here, and then maybe then you'll have like a short run back down, so a short correction back down, and then you could potentially get in and buy again. So similar sort of thing on Nasdaq and all that good stuff. So yeah, you can see same sort of thing on Nasdaq in terms of the way the structure is looking. We are here, we are chilling here, but look, I'm expecting the daily to be bullish because we've had many green candles, right? I don't want to be the first person on the bearish move. I would like to continue the trend because the trend's my friend. And as today closes bearish, then we're like, maybe tomorrow might be bearish. It changes the whole narrative. So we had news at 10, didn't we? Completely forgot about that. Been waffling on so much that PMI just didn't do anything. Didn't do anything as significant to. It was that spike, wasn't it? Yeah. I was getting excited saying that, yo, there's a big spike, but it turns out that was PMI. Right. Let's move this. Let's keep that on. It's not really a problem. As I was saying before, yeah, right there. 5 minutes invalidated again. Sellers getting dragged up again. And if you were like the sellers that were getting in on the market, if there's many signals being sent out saying that you're sell, I'm just still there like, why? Well, why are you selling? It's just moving up, mate. You'd be better just buying high, right? If someone told me to like you're getting on a trade right now, I'd just buy 5 lots. Buy 5 lots. It's likely to push up. More likely to push up at the moment because it's not breaking any of the lows, maybe with the wicks, but we don't look at the wicks, we look at the candles. Candles are not closing below. Now, if this sort of the price should use this 5-minute fair value gap to push up because this is an inverted fair value gap. As I said, you can use this as inverted. So in terms of like order flow, right, I'm going to write a quick text right here, which is when price is bullish, bearish PD arrays, which would be fair value gaps, all that good stuff. So the bearish ones, the ones that I sort of trade into and drop, will fail and will turn to bullish ones. Bullish ones will not fail, and bullish ones will not. If order flow is when price is bullish plus order flow is bullish, yeah. And I've showed you many times today on this gold shop that bearish. Here's one right here, right there. That was a bearish fair value gap, right? And many people would have got in on that. Many people who trade IC and said ICT doesn't work, or they trade ICT and they still don't understand why it's not working. They entered on a bearish fair value gap. How come it's not dropping? And then look what happened after. Price sort of traded back into it, spiked a bit of spikeness, yeah, a bit of because of the sort of news, right? But this turned into a bullish inverted fair value gap, right? So now it's turned into something that will be used as support. So that's what I was saying. When price is bullish and order flow is bullish, bearish PD arrays will fail, and bullish ones will, and bullish ones will now be respected. That's what I was supposed to say, and vice versa. They flip the other side, so that'll be the other side. So that's what I was trying to say. So it's more likely for this to hold than to fail. Now, if it fails, then yeah, it fails. The stop loss will be here, and then we continue. But if someone said you'll enter now, I should be buying. But again, very hard to buy. So loads of like, why would you buy? Okay, cool. Go back to these. What's going on? Bouncing around at midnight open. This is an inverted fair value gap with 5 minutes closing back above here. But this 5-minute fair value gap, which was here, is being respected, but yeah, I'm not liking it at the moment. And I'd only enter if I actually genuinely like. Look, if you look at the 15-minute, right, the amount of wicks that you see here, this definitely looks like a midnight open price is holding price down. Like you haven't got a candle closing above midnight open, right? Which to me will just say that yeah, this is just going to get dumped anyway. Price will just push straight back down. But if today should close bullish, we should start seeing a big clean drop down and then for the rest of the day pump, you know. And if I can call this right, hopefully we can call this right. This would be a good move if we can get involved on this bullish move here. So we're still waiting until we see something. Goldie boy still moving up. US 30, but yeah, nothing at the moment. So a bit of downtime at the moment. 19 people in the chat. Let me know how your day's been going. Have you traded any moves today? Any losses? Any wins? What pairs have you been trading? Would love to sort of speak upon it. So yeah, just let me know. Were you guys selling gold and got swiped out? Let me know, and I can sort of maybe assist you on just how I analyze the market in terms of maybe the analysis was wrong. Maybe it's just a signals provider. So essentially right there, look, 5-minute fair value. If you got in right here, just bought blindly, and easy 30 pips. So what, one lot, that's 300 quid. 1.5k. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I'm not flexing. I didn't take the trade. I'm just a professional analyzer. Right, I'm going to put the chat on the screen for a bit while we wait. Let me know how's it going. So we'll start having a quick chat. Let me check if that's updated on live stream. Got swiped out for that sell lull in the beginning. There we go. JP. Yeah. Definitely. Definitely something to sort of work on. Again, this is what I'm trying to say, right? When price is bullish, still, which it is, I haven't got a market structure shift, so you shouldn't be selling. He's laughing. Yeah, it's definitely you gotta laugh at the losses, man. That's what I'm trying to say. But you just gotta understand that, go back to your books and say that, right, could I have avoided this? Why did I enter the sell? Because again, if you go on a higher time frame, right, and we look at the hourly time frame, all this is doing is just sort of dancing within this consolidation level right above this high, because they know a lot of people are just going to sell above high. A lot of people watch ICT as well. So the algorithm knows exactly how ICT is sort of taught his stuff, and they've adjusted it. They see these fair value gaps. They see these sort of, PD arrays and stuff like that. But if you actually haven't had a proper shift, they're missing a key point. Why are you looking for sells if it's not actually pointing towards a sell? Like, you're just picking the top at this point. Good buys though yesterday. Oh yeah, freaking hell. If you got in on this buy, fantastic, mate. Yeah. Friday definitely would have had a nice buy. You would have had like a structure shift right there. Definitely saw that. Yeah. Huge profits. Yeah, facts. 32.54. Oh, yeah, you got involved right here. 32.54. Sunday. So yeah, 3 wins, 1 loss. EU short. Nice. 2,000 goals. Loss on Nasdaq long at London Open. Nice. Facts, but yeah, that long from here is decent. Yeah, so for me, that I've got a love-hate relationship with London Open, even though I'm from the UK. I think it's just when I wake up. I've just woken up at that time, haven't had enough time to analyze the market, and the win-loss ratio is not good for me. So I just stick with what I'm decent at, and I know a lot of people like trading the New York anyway because of the volatility. But you get some nice moves, man. I swear, especially on at that London Open. You get some like big sort of moves as well if the market's ready. I think this was an example right here. Yeah, look, a huge drop from 7. What the liquidity from for London Open? What are we talking about? JP, which pair? You're saying caught the liquidity from London Open. Are you talking about the buy on gold? I mean, it was wild scalps and something. Yeah, inflation's crazy. But this move is it's just mad in itself. Like you would never jump on a live stream, or you would never see like someone saying that yo caught 600 pips in an hour or in 2 hours. But now in this sort of market, 600 pips can be done within what, like 3-4 hours? That is mad. And yeah, look, price dipped back into here. Like this is what I was looking at, right? So if you guys follow me in the free channel, let me see if I can bring that up to the free channel, right? I want to see if I can mention this. So if you guys follow me in the free channel, this is what I was saying from NFP, right? NFP right here, that price sort of started pushing down. I was expecting price to push up and then give us a sell. It didn't do that, right? So then price eventually ended up having like a big drop, right? And that was from here. So you can see that price dropped from here. Let me check. Market, I'll switch to NASDAQ. I've just seen that it dropped. So I'll switch over. Let me make this point here. You can see that price dropped here just towards the end of the day. But however, price did drop into like obviously this order block right here. You can see obviously benefit of hindsight. I can now see what happened after. I didn't buy it because it was just late. It was just too late on a Friday. I'm not going to enter. Doesn't really matter. Some people got in on this. I managed to get this move here. So when I look back on the market again, and I saw that price again, remember what I said? Have a close above a high. Price closed above the high. It wasn't a liquidity collection. Price closed above it. So this is a structure shift. So now at this point, right, at this point, you would have started looking for buyers. So where's your fair value gap and stuff, right? So you have the little gap right here. Okay, price tapped into this. Now again, you can drop down 15 and you can start using that Tokyo push, right, and potentially getting on that 50%, which is right there as well. So you have two confirmations, actually three confirmations, a market structure shift, right, a fair value gap, you have 50% price and then discount, and you have a decent sort of stop loss place, and price is potentially retesting NFP, I bet. Where's NFP? NFP is right there. And this is random out of the blue. I was just thinking about it. Look where price sort of bounds back off. That's NFP level right there. NFP open, NFP release, prices retested it. And now it's pushed up. So 4 confirmations. So if I was awake at this time, again, disadvantages of being from the UK, that I'm napping what like actually no, it's at 11 o'clock. I was low-key awake, but I wasn't looking at the market. But price tapped back in. Actually, no, it was 11 o'clock New York time. One sec. London. Yeah, 5 a.m. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. 5 a.m. Yeah, I was definitely sleeping. So at 5 a.m. at this time, and then price just pushes up. So that would have been like you got like 4 or 5 confirmations. You would have got into the buy at the perfect time. If I watched that, and if I was watching that, I would have sort of started to look at that, but I don't trade the Asia session. But that's where we get the move. But we're here at New York and we're trying to see if you can get any of these sort of moves right here. And again, consolidation, mate. So we're just waiting. Now, okay, now look. Now we have a much better sort of position to potentially place a stop loss because we have a huge wick here, right? Your stop loss can't be within the wick because you can't see of the structure within the wick, right? So your stop loss would have to be above. Now, if this price now falls and closes below here, then we have a potential gap to enter if we get one. Then our stop losses can safely go within this wick right there because I'm not expecting for price to push back up. If price pushes back up, then I just want to be out of the trade. That's an invalidation level. So that's all I'm waiting for. So we had a big spike up. Now maybe price can start to drop. NASDAQ on the other hand, what's happening here? Price is retested that 930 open. Getting a big rejection. I think the same thing still stands for me. 5-minute must close above here. If we start getting this move from down here and start getting that, then I'll look for something like that. But for now, yeah, not interested in any of this stuff. Let's just remove the drawings. Let's go back to Goldie. Still waiting. So again, you have all of this area full of wicks. So hopefully, I think now, I believe we should get a little check right here. Let me get the MT4, MT5 out. Or it could just be another wick and price just pushes back up. So not rushing. Patience as always. Want price to at least, if I go to the 1 minute just to analyze something, where was PMI? Yeah, this candle's a PMI candle. So price pushed down for PMI and then big explosion. Right now we're just retesting that PMI release. If price pushes back below the PMI low, and I need a close below there, this should sort of start turning around now. But for now, not getting anything, just a few rejections here and there. So let's have a look at what's going on here. Here we go. Getting some big moves here on Nasdaq, based off there. So see what we're getting. So again, this is one thing I wanted to mention, right, before this sets up, is you see how I was saying that it has to close below here, has to break below here, has to do this, has to do this. If you keep doing that with every single sort of trade, you may end up missing many moves because you were expecting for a low to be broken or expecting liquidity to be collected. But if it's really that bullish, it shouldn't really break too many lows and should just like climb, right? Which is why I've set like a backup plan, a plan B. So the plan A was essentially for price to start, take out all of these lows and then push up. But my plan B is if price wants to start moving up from here, right, I would need a close above this area here to confirm a market structure shift, right? And then for price to retest into a fair value gap, be as close as I can to this midnight open, right? And then start to move up. And my stop loss can be below the swing point, the closest swing point I have, the closest sort of spike low. So essentially, that's what I'd be looking for if we get a close. But for now, we just wait, and this is what happens sometimes in trading. Ooh, is that we're just waiting for a long time? Close back below here, but not below any of these lows. So I sort of spiked, pushed up. We're closing, currently retesting these, still retesting that PMI order block. So I need price to start closing back below here. Now, if price closes back below here, and then what could happen is that it closes here and then just falls off the map and then we don't get involved. And that's just the game, right? We could place a limit and it could eventually maybe like retrace back up and then drop. Then that's fine. Obviously, the limits there is where it is. But if price just falls and continues falling and then we don't get involved, it doesn't phase me because we waited. No money was lost and no money was gained either. But essentially, we sort of waited for all of this, consolidation and all that good stuff. And we were safe. We didn't sort of enter rash. We stuck to our rules, and that's what a lot of traders tend not to do. They don't stick to their rules. And that's one thing I want to sort of drill home here, right? 1040. Looks like we're starting to get that move. Yeah, so this is the message I sent on the VIPs. Again, link is in the description if you guys want to sort of jump in on VIP and start getting that insight for myself a bit more. But yeah, again, price must close back above this for a shift if you get a 5-minute close above here. And this was sent to 3 o'clock, which was 45 minutes ago. So based on 45 minutes, nothing happened. So if you were in the trade, you would have just been stuck towards break even, drawdown, with nothing going on because of entering too early or something like that. So we're back in the same place, looking for a sort of move up here. 3 minutes. If you get a close, that confirms it, and then we just need a fair value gap to enter. Now we do have a slight fair value gap. It's too small, man. That fair value gap's very small. I feel like price may start pushing back down again. What's gold doing here? So again, gold is, you got a 5-minute fair value gap right there. So price could push into there and start dropping, but I still need that confirmation. I'm not going to be the first one in on this drop, because look how much of a move we have to start pushing down into. Even if we're the second, third, fourth, it's still catching more than 100 pips at least, even if you were like late. So I'd rather be in there when it's fully confirmed for myself. So I want to see exactly what happens on this 5-minute. Does price respect it and push back down here and then close, and then we get a second entry? Fair enough. That will confirm it. So keep an eye on this. It is Monday, so my main aim of trading will be obviously Fed interest rates and stuff like that. So we may not get anything major until then. So US 30 is now dropped, pushed up towards the new week opening gap here. So you see how US 30 is sort of moving a lot different to NASDAQ. NASDAQ is still in this range, whereas US 30 is gone for the sky, bro. It could potentially even continue here and push all the way up. S&P, similar sort of thing, but S&P, has it closed outside? Yes, it did. It did indeed. S&P might actually have a better trade setup here, but the New York Open is still quite low. So what happened in S&P is, oh, not too bad. I see that. I guess it was still being mitigated right there. So notice how this high here, 5-minute close right there, right? You have fair value gap, stop loss below the low, take it higher. Fair enough, right? We also got opening gap, so S&P might be a better trade. Well, so you also have opening gap for a target. So it is stacking up to be a good one. This one is, to be honest. So you have a close outside. What's NASDAQ saying? Still not there. Still not there. You have a 1-minute fair value gap here. Don't. Actually, I got an idea. Yeah, it's gonna be an inverted fair value gap. It looks like it could be an inverted fair value gap entry. S&P looks the cleanest. I do believe that myself. S&P definitely looks the cleanest right here. So for S&P, if you're looking to trade that, I'd say something like this: 5-minute imbalance right there. Wait for price to fall back into this level here, and then target that. Looking at the daily candles, similar sort of thing. Yep. So in terms of Asia low collected right here, but still decent liquidity sitting below here, man. You know, look at that. Well, in terms of liquidity, nasty. Sell side. But structure shift should confirm. So that 5-minute fair value gap should hold, and that would be a buy position right there, like that. And then stop loss would be below that candle, and then you'd take it up. So that would be a move there. I would want to try finding a move in NASDAQ. Would be a bit better here. Gold, yeah, don't even bother looking at gold. Not doing anything. But that midnight open price is still above midnight open, so I would reduce risk if you start looking at this. I don't want to trade this. My main focus today was on NASDAQ and US 30, so not enough sort of back testing and work on US 500, so still waiting. And look at that clean sell side, man. Very clean. So I still would rather wait for price to just swipe straight down and then move up. So I'll just keep that away just in case someone tries to enter. But this is the stuff that I start thinking about. Let me know in the chat if you start still finding all this stuff insightful, because this is the stuff that I look at on a day-to-day and how I sort of start to say, okay, the entry's ready. I'll run through all this logic in my head and start looking at the right, okay, is that 5-minute getting closed above. Is this a shift? Yes. 5 minutes closed above. Is there a fair value gap? Yeah, there's a fair value gap, which could provide my entries. How my entries to be an optimal. How gold again, where to ideally enter. Yeah, I can switch to gold. But yeah, as I was saying, so yeah, that this is my initial, this is how I would initially provide a sort of buy setup. However, because prices, it's still got all of these levels below it. In terms of a buy setup, it's not ideal. So it gets pushed down on my probability level. So it's not like a good trade that I'm like, yeah, it's ticking all the boxes. And with this sell side sitting there, you could still see a big swipe back down. So it could just easily fail. So not gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for that because look at Nasdaq and stuff like that. Not seeing anything better. Anyway, where are we? Gold. So without me waffling on too much, right now we are in consolidation. We can all agree that gold's consolidating. So you don't want to sort of just jump in until it's ready to go. Otherwise, it could consolidate for the rest of the day. Gold, in terms of a sell, sorry about, you should look for something like this. Like if you had, let's say, make this a black candle, black, there. If you get a bearish move like this, right, and price closes there, right, this is now telling you that market's now shifting down, wants to go back lower, right? So if you have like a gap or anything, and to obviously whatever you look for entries, 50% or whatever, you wait for that and then you enter based on that to push lower. That's all I'm looking for. But because we still haven't got that, I can't look to enter. So in terms of an ideal entry, I believe that would be obviously ideal entry for now based off this. But I think what's going to happen is that price is going to push straight back up towards this buy side right here and continue the bullish move for the time being. And maybe we get like a sort of reversal pattern towards the end of the day, maybe PM session after everyone's done, everyone's tired, and then it might just end up turning around. So that's what I'll be waiting for. So I'll probably be back PM session maybe to look for one of those. But you can see now, look at prices starting to pump up here. So I wouldn't be surprised if price just goes straight for that high. And again, you'd be like, yo, Waste, why were you buying? It's just rules, man. It's just this is my rules. If this was in the ideal buy scenario, the probability would have been higher. But see how many people are looking to sell. This could have easily dropped, and it could easily still drop. So I like to just clarify that because a lot of like traders or people who are on live streams like, yo, buy or sell, buy or sell. Like, mate, we're waiting, mate. Nothing clear. And in short, like in terms of like live streaming and stuff, a lot of it sort of relies on your live getting some trades. People are going to get into some trades. So it doesn't have to be. If you have your rules set and you obviously you trade every day, then you will find an entry eventually, but it may not be today. So don't just go in on live streams being like, yeah, let's make some money, bro. I'm here. This is just like educational. And if there was something that's set up, yeah, fair enough. Like if I went live tomorrow, I do want to sell go live often. You'll sort of you'll see us catching moves and see us entering trades. However, there might not be a trade today. So just letting you all know. Please don't dislike this video. Please don't dislike this live stream. But again, if you guys enjoying this stuff, don't forget to leave a like, comment. Don't forget to subscribe if you're new as well, man. And links are all in the description. And this was a very, very key, and like JP's, confirming that here, is that today was a very key example on why being patient was necessary. Because if we had just entered, let's say for example, let's go to gold, right? Remember when gold broke down here and just dropped? Let's say here, we entered here with a short and then stop loss above here. Nasty stop loss, I know. But right now, we would still be 20, 30 pips in profit nothing to go brag about in this sort of. Is it still a profit? Yes, there's nothing in terms of bragging rights will get you in gold market now because gold can do 100 pips in half an hour. But right now, in terms of the way the structure was looking, and if we were in the trade, I wouldn't like it because I'm just like, why are we not going anywhere? Look at the time. And now look, price is back up towards entry again, and it's been how long? Like, say if we entered there, and then we just look at the time, 10:20. It would have been like half an hour, 40 minutes. We're still in the trade and we haven't got anything out of it. And yeah, you may be like, it's longer, but the longer it stays here, the more likely it will go up. So this promotes that patience is very, very key. And I guess one more thing I just wanted to add, that you see how I'm step by step annotating the chart and say that, right, okay, now I think it's going to go here, now I think it's going to go here. I would like to encourage you guys to start doing that, because the more you do that, the more you'll start saying that, right, I'm looking to enter a sell here, but it's not looking right. You know, it's not sort of flowing in that direction and starting to move lower. Like for another sell position, let me go over to this here where we were looking at, right? And pretty much we had the sort of move where we had a shift below and we got back in, and then price ended up dropping. And now looking back here, we didn't get a 5-minute close below. So we shouldn't have entered the sell there. We should have waited for price to start pulling back and then push back up. But look how, if you entered, look at this 5-minute close below there. That's your shift, right? Many people would have their stop losses here, 5 minutes imbalance, and stop loss above the high. They would have got swiped out. And we got swiped out as well, but this is what I'm trying to say, that you may have trades that just fail. You may have trades that, oh, okay, I would have had stop loss a bit higher. But it moved back down, pushed back up. And again, you had another shift right here. A shift. Price broke below, closed below this low. Left a fair value gap. Had you got in and here, stop loss above that high. See? Got the whole move back down. And this is the same thing. It works time and time again. It works on all the pairs, to be honest. And it's just that sort of thing. Like you may have, got out. You flopped that this move here and were taken out, and then you had a second chance to get in at the PM session, and then price just drops. So we didn't get in on this move because it was PM session. I was away from the charts, but after seeing that, it just gets to you, But going back here, what's going on? Chop, US30 and a flyer. Nasdaq, hello. I'm going to leave this 5-minute imbalance here because I do want to see what happens on that. That'd be good for forward testing, so I'm going to leave that imbalance. We do have clean sell side there. Nasdaq's now closed above, but it's getting a little late. Not liking it. So in short, no fair value. Unless there's one created here. But look how far I am from that midnight open. So again, it just, my losses orders. Yep. Yeah, for sure. So say for example, this created a fair value gap right here. You could look to get in on this move here, but look how high, look how far you are. It's so high in the range that you might as well just wait and see if this thing just dumps like towards the PM session. You will always have a second chance to enter because of indices. You have an AM session, you have a PM session. Now, that was it. Now this thing could just pump to the moon. And just for the sake of, like, we could get in. I'll just move right here. I don't mind this. It would just be lower risk. So obviously for the sake of like, yes, getting in, being in a bullish move, we could just look for a 5-minute imbalance right here. And then lower risk on this one, long right there. And then yeah, stop loss would be below this swing low right there. Let me see if that's a good stop loss position. Yeah, don't mind that. Close to your midnight open. But this will be a lower risk with this one. I'm just going to half the risk. So rather than using 0.5%, I'd use 0.25. And that would be your target back up to that high. So essentially you look at something like that. PDH. And something like this. So back into there and some that. I need this to close here because this is not a 5-minute fair value gap yet. So we're just waiting. Because the 5-minute fair value gap has not been created yet, because this could just push back down. So we're waiting for this 5 minutes, but I'll send this to the VIPs, and that will be like a potential trade. 1 hour gold, what's it done? Hey, nice. We could get a gold setup as well. So let me just send this over. I'll have a look at there, Omar. 1 second. Sending to the VIPs. US 100. Waiting to buy within 5-minute FVG in 1 minute. I will look at gold. I believe that this Nasdaq may occur first. So in short, we're looking to buy in here. Buy zone. And your stop loss would essentially be back below this low right there at 99.74 if the numbers are the same. So US Tech. And we're at the 20K level as well. So it is a... Hold up, price is pushing back down here. Is this a fair value gap yet? Okay, that limit's in place. Damn. Price didn't trigger me in on my broker. Price did tap below there, so I might just manually enter here. So we are buyed. We're active at the moment, right there. The price pushes, so price did tap into that level. It just didn't trigger me, so I manually entered. I am low on the risk, so it don't really matter. So we're just going to take an aggressive buy high approach because we just followed all the things. So it's been a US 100 active. Pray emoji. See what we can do there. Right, so now that we've gotten on this, if again you guys are with the risk, just wait for the price to fall back in the 5-minute imbalance because it still can sort of tap back in and it'll activate. I just sort of half the risk again. I'm very low on the risk anyway. It's a buy high approach, but I want to see if this works. Again, we're risking low because we're above midnight open. Let's see what we can do. Right, Goldilocks, what's it saying? 5-minute has closed below here. A fair value gap in here. That volume void. Just waiting for this 1, 2, 3. Wait for this candle to close here first, and then we can start looking at 1 hour gold. Decent sort of rejection candle right there. Waiting for the smaller time frame to sort of continue on this. I still need a close within the blue box, I believe. Price has not closed below a previous candle yet. I need price to close below blue box, and then we'll look to enter on a short back above here in this volume void. I need price to close here. Need something like that. And then your stop loss can be above that high. But again, man, this whole sort of fall down could sort of just reverse up. So, but we'll see how it goes. Gold, watching next 5-minute candle. We have a volume void and price pushes down here. If we get that close, what's going on with this one? It's okay. Let me know in the chat if you guys are in on this and this move. Hopefully we can see what Nasdaq can do now the rest of the day. 13 points, 20. Hey, look at that risk reward, guys. Crazy. Got 26 points stop loss here. So I believe you'd want to start taking a 1-to-1, maybe half. I'd potentially say back at the weekly open. If you look at targets, I'd say you got a potential target right here. I'd say that's buy side. So right there, in terms of session, that's daily open. Daily open's right there. So I'd say price should get to the weekly open here. But we should be good to go, trying to see if we can get that bullish momentum on a live stream here. 5 mins on gold. Nothing promising yet, man. 30 seconds though. See how it goes. I want to see this volume void right here hold price down. Let me just check 1 minute. Yeah, it's a gap. Gap in the market, mate. I should trade back into that. And volume void. That's if we get a close below. We got a close. Okay, happy with that. Shorting. 35.15. Stop loss, get back down. Don't know why it's so high. I wouldn't mind just taking 30-point stop loss. Yeah, I don't want to stay in this move for too long if it just doesn't want to go down. So 35.15 will be the level. Anywhere above that. So yeah, 35.15 sell limit. And then too short, back down. So I'd go back here. So gold, sell limit, entry at 35.15, and SL would be 35.18, 0.31, 0.30, yeah, 0.3, pretty much. Put text here. 5 minutes is fine. You now close below a prior low, right? 5 minutes close. So I wouldn't mind taking that if there's a fair value go. But 0.5% risk on this. Wouldn't mind that either. So it is late in the day, but gold is a bit different now, so I don't mind trying to take these trades. Hold on a second. Is my candle the same as yours? Because I could be analyzing this incorrectly. Because looking at my broker, the candles look different. Let me know if they're the same. Like, do you have this sort of gap on that volume void right here? Or is that just my broker chart at the moment? I still put this, I still believe that it should sort of start to fall down now. So I wouldn't mind just placing a risk on that. 35.18.3. What's that? 30 points. So we do a 0.2. Should do the trick. Yeah, that's enough. Nasdaq, what's it doing? Tapped into the 5 minute, yeah. Try Awanda. I do have an Awanda one here. Yeah. So here's my Awanda one. I'd say bearish fair value gap. Yeah, no, there's still a gap. There's still a void, actually. There's still a void. So 35.15 is still okay to enter. but it could easily swipe up, man. So just be very careful. Again, as I said, risk is 0.5, so like that is key. Risk is 0.5%. So if it does swipe you out and continue up, fair enough. Doesn't really matter. We move. Nasdaq rejecting off that 5-minute fair value gap very nicely. So if this can kind of push back above my prior buy, I'm going to close my original buy. So the market execution buy I've closed. My limit has now activated. So I'm now back at my original risk, so I don't mind that. Oh dear, I don't want to do that. Why is it doing that? Weird. Just want to bring it across. Anyway. Okay. A 5-minute entry activated. See what price can do here. Now, bear in mind, this is a 0.25% risk trade because we are above New York Open. So be careful. I mean, remember, this is a lower risk trade because price is above midnight open. If fails, we will attempt during 8 p.m. session. So there's always like a backup. So I'm going to share this on the chat here on the free channel as well. If you guys are in the free channel, you'll also see this. Gold's falling. Yeah, it's not that much, man. Not that much. Don't worry. If you get another 5-minute, you enter based up there. But for now, I'm just going to wait as high as possible. So price is now broken the swing point here. But for me, in terms of entries, based off what I see, I only see that one entry up there. So if it continues to fall, as I mentioned, let it fall. But I'll only enter back at 15, I believe. It gives me that good risk reward in terms of where my stop loss place. So now you can see that I'm not just going to jump in because price can completely go to the opposite side and not fall forever. So I'm only going to enter if things are perfect. Send that in the free channel. Actually, live trade. Let me write live trade. Live trade. There we go. See how that does. 5-minute holding nicely. So we shall move this across, send it over. The risk is above minute open if it fails with attempt during PM session. US 30 has already done this bullish move back to the PDH. So we're hoping that NASDAQ and all the others can sort of follow. Let's see what happened to this 5-minute move. Still hasn't happened, so S&P could fall back down. NASDAQ could fail here, but that's all I wanted to see. That's all I had on the risk on the table here. So a 20-point stop loss, a very tight stop loss. So that's the best move I saw. Like this followed my sort of strategy as well. It wasn't just a forced entry here. So this follows the tricks. It's just a less risks, which is follow my strategy as well. Less risk is above midnight open. If it's below midnight open, and go all out, full margin. But for now, we go from there. Gold, what's it doing? Starting to come back up, isn't it? So gold, oh, look at that, guys. Gold has now closed below that prior low. So we got a close. So sell limit is still there. Let's have a look at it. What I might do is slightly adjust this stop loss and just put it above here. Right, so if you guys are not in yet, just gonna slightly put that back above 15-minute stop loss. Just for this scenario. So stop loss is now at 32.20. 20.8, 20.8. Just in case, because I believe this short-term high could get spiked and price could then fall. So just gonna keep it above here. That's the maximum I'll go on that stop loss. So slightly, I'm gonna send this to VIPs, gold, adjusting stop to 35.20, 0.8, just in case. So now with that stop loss change, I'm going to now adjust my risk accordingly as well, because I've now increased the stop loss. So you don't keep the risk the same, you slightly adjust it. For those entering in an order block, you can potentially start looking to sell here, stop loss the same. This fair value gap is my strategy. So again, if you're looking to sell, it can work. Your stop loss would have to be above here. You can start looking to enter small, but that volume void. So I'll wait actually. I'll only enter at the 35.15 level for myself, because this is a gap up here. And lower time frame price might want to jump into there basically. 35.15. 35.15, 35.20, and 35.21, is it? 20.8. If it falls down, it falls down. I haven't really been like in sync with gold as much, so not too bad. If it creates another structure later on, I don't mind entering later, but let's have a look at what this is doing. Currently messing around, isn't it? This is the quiet time now, man. When we're in drawdown, is what we do when we're in drawdown. So this is why risk is key, right? Percentage of risk. I dropped the risk on your NASDAQ. It potentially could fail because of how high we are. I don't want to be stuck in it, right? So I don't mind. I dropped the risk to 0.25. It's a smaller lot size and smaller take profit as well. So, I mean, smaller stop loss. So not too bad if price wants to fail and not respect it. But for now, when I'm in drawdown, I tend not to look at it, because obviously what goes on, we're just watching it. It takes ages. So I just switch to another pair. Then I'll come back to that after. So we can keep it on gold for a bit. Let me know what you guys are doing. Are you guys selling, buying? Gold continuing up here. So the reason why I'm looking to sell here is obviously we've got a gap, right? A volume void, price could tap into it and then just drop. So it gives us a decent place to enter. We've got a stop loss above an intermediate high, which would be this 15-minute area there, as you can see, and then drop. So the price wants to start pushing up there. I just don't want to be in this trade. You can then see the price would just potentially continue up. So nothing major. Let it carry on. Right, we've attempted our day today. We'll come back tomorrow. Now, looking at the daily, right? This is why I'm looking to start looking in this trade here. So on the daily time frame, price is taken out a buy side in a shorter time frame, if we can get a rejection, right? We've got a daily fair value gap here. And now because price is like shorter term bearish, like based off this structure here, if this holds, then order flow is still, bearish, and then price could potentially push back down. Daily fair VG. If this fails, then going into tomorrow, and I'll wait till Wednesday to see a better move, because Wednesday the Fed interest rates, I believe price is just waiting until then, and we wouldn't be able to get the move on Monday, Tuesday. So the way I'm looking at this is price is now retraced into this daily fair value gap, and this is what happens in live trading. This is how it looks in live trading, that price is now pushing the daily fair value gap. The day has not closed yet, so we're entering on a smaller time frame to get involved on this sort of move back down to push price back down. I'm selling, expecting retracement to 32.8065. The previous resistance, as it's unhealthy for gold to go up without any proper retracement. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. So there's two levels, right? If price sort of pushes back down here into this area, 65, as you said, back to retest, yeah, fair enough, it can go up, right? If it pushes back down here, right, then I'm expecting gold to be, oh dear, expecting gold to be bearish. And this goes back to my weekly forecast, is what I was saying, right? It's a gold to start tapping into this area here and just break all of these lows and trap some of the early buyers and wait for a proper retracement into main discount, which is all this sort of price action you can see here. So for now, that's why we're looking at the sells from this point. And that's why I'm not, what's price done here? What has he gone and done? Let's have a look at NASDAQ. Hey, nice rejection. So price is still respecting this 5-minute fair value gap, but you see the wicks? Hopefully now we can just go fly. So in the chat, if you're in this move, comment in the chat and say to the moon or something. I'm gonna write that as well. To the moon. I might just do NASDAQ to the moon. NASDAQ to the moon. Because it helps. I've noticed it multiple times in my years of trading. If you write NASDAQ to the moon, it flies. It's just confound, Now a lot of people may be like, "Oh, you're buying so high, bro. Why are you buying at resistance?" That's what I'm saying. If the market's bullish, it'll trap the sellers in, and then the market can just keep flying. Look at Dow's just done that. US 30's just done that. S&P is looking like it's about to do that. Let's just see if it does that. NASDAQ to the moon. Gold still slowly climbing back up. Ooh, this is what we're waiting on. 4:30. My cat's inside sleeping. Well, price is in an order block at the moment. We have got a inverted fair value gap here, a 5-minute one. You can see on the left. So price is tapped into that and now pushed down. So what I might do here, guys, is sell a market execution, right? And just enter low. I'm going to enter a reduced risk. So enter a reduced risk here and stop loss above that high as well. So what I'm going to do is just be a bit aggressive here, right? You can place your stop loss above this high. Be aggressive. So I'm selling now, right? Selling now 32.18 stop loss, right? Low risk. Just to be involved in this move, right? Because the confirmations are there. Price is just tapped also into the 5-minute inverted fair value gap, right? May not use the volume void. There's loads of different other things that it could use, but it's showing that price wants to slow down. So I've sold at this point, and the target obviously would be back down towards these levels, back down towards here, right? Because you got a big chunk of change, for us to pick up. So we've got a big target. Let's see if gold wants to sort of start dropping from here. Just going to remove that here. And this shows you how, how quick you just enter if everything's lining up. You can just press the button and you're in. Look at that, price is just falling down. Now we're in profit, yeah? Love to see that. I'm just going to close this, put my stop loss at the right level. So we're in at lower risk here. So we've currently entered the trade based off this sell. Live trade executed. I'm just going to also share that as well. Gold live trade active. Wish us luck. Right. Now, I've entered low risk for the same reason that if price now pushes up to this volume void, it triggers us in. We're now in on 2 positions, but the total risk is still 0.5. So I've dropped this one. I've also entered this one, so I'll drop that one. So it sort of adds up to correctly. Live trade active live. No one wanted Nasdaq to the moon. No one chatted at all. No one entered Nasdaq. Mad. Oh, Nasdaq going straight for the buy side there. 1 to 2. I did not see that at all. Very quick move there by Nasdaq right there. Nasdaq hit a 1 to 1, I believe. Just shy of a 1 to 1. So hopefully we can continue this bullish momentum. Just going to see exactly how this closes. 25 closes bullish. Didn't close that side, so hopefully we can see if another bullish move can push this up. But we'll leave stop loss there because we haven't had a close outside, so I'll start trailing after. We'll leave it for a bit, see what it wants to do. US 30 continuing. Has it cleared the PDH yet? No, it hasn't. So still got some move to do that. This 5-minute fair value gap still should hold price, so see what that does. Gold, starting to push down again. Now pushing back up. Bit of a choppy one. Anyone else in gold? Using this as a stop loss here because we've entered a little lower, so the stop loss is being brought down. I don't want anything above 50 pips, man. So it still holds into that inverted fair value gap. It still holds that volume void if price wants to push there. Let's tap back down into the 5-minute fair value gap here. Price fails. Price is taking out that buy side. Hoping to see a push back up here. So because we had that close, this confirmed to me that, okay, yeah, price wants to start closing down. It's not just a tap and on a wick and price starts pushing up. Now, the stop loss has to go above the prior high because if price starts pushing above prior highs again, then you just don't want to be in the trade because price is now broken structure again and it wants to continue up. So I want the quickest place. I want to be out. Risk is low. Not too worried. It's a Monday. Cool, we attempted it. Now, could it be because price is out of timing? At the moment, gold's timing slightly adjusted. I don't mind entries at 11. Did some back testing and the main moves tend to happen at 11 a.m. New York time and later. So I wouldn't mind testing that out there. So Nasdaq back down to entry, but hopefully we can see if price wants to sort of push up. I'll respect this 5 minutes. Let that sit. Let's see exactly what happens. This is a 1 minute chart if you wanted to go crazy and watch it. Be right back, guys. I'll put the music back on for a bit. Chat amongst yourselves on the chat if you need to. Yo. Hey guys, I'm back. Cold. What's it gone and done? Gone to the volume void. I was looking at that. Now, obviously, this cell that we're in here, the stop loss is here, right? I don't want to hold this lower one higher. You can have a stop loss a little higher if you need to. That's 70 pips. Don't want that. So the way we're in on the market now is I've got an entry activated here, like this. So this is the sell limit that's been activated. So 2 entries at the moment. Hopefully we can see price started to push back down. If it wants to start pushing back up, I don't mind. There's a 0.5% risk. All done. I want to get out of this and just go enjoy the rest of the day. But this is what happens with sells. Imagine you are like sell all the time, and price just keeps pushing up every time. So for us, it's our first entry. We're in this trade, and it doesn't really matter. Now let's look at Asia. I took buy side, bearish reaction, could sink. No, 100% Liam, here. 100% could sink. Took the buy side. But the thing is, on my daily bias is bullish. I want this to we want this to sort of go up and continue up. And again, if it wants to push down, then we'll wait for a buy again. I don't want to sell, because that's what I was doing here, like last week, trying to sell last week, and what happened is that price continued up, and just didn't want to stop. So I'm going to follow the bias of the day and what I'm expecting this daily candle to do. Now you can see that it has closed below this 5-minute fair value gap. I want to see exactly what happens in the next 5 minutes. Does it just sort of push back up? Is this a liquidity collection? Because it has closed below this 5-minute fair value gap, so it might just want to push slowly back down. So I'm low risk on here. If we take a loss, we take a loss, but we'll be back definitely to sort of get back in on this trade, because we're still expecting bullishness here. Gold, on the other hand, if it wants to take you out, let it take it out. I don't mind. Low risk on that there. S&P now finally pulling back to this 5-minute area. Can Nasdaq hold? Might just go and hit our stop loss here. And it might just go like lower, but again, we risk lower because of the midnight opening price. I made sure of that. And here we go. Price is in that volume void here. See how it's pushing up? It's just that whole thing where it's just imagine like, yeah, just continue pushing up now for the rest of the day. And if you are selling from before, obviously we've just entered the market, so the stress is not as high. It doesn't really matter. We want to see a big rejection back down on gold. Nasdaq again approaching stop loss. So let me just get the phone out here. Approaching stop loss on market. If it takes us out, we're happy with that. Well, we're not obviously happy with this loss, but hello, sir. Please, will Nasdaq still buy? Someone messaged me on Telegram. Price closes us out. I'm going to look for another buy later. So price is taking us out. We want to look for something like this. It might be a PM session move. So I'm going to share this out. So I'm out on Nasdaq here. 0.25% risk on that. 0.25% risk loss on that. Waiting. For a move like this now. Perhaps a PM session entry. So in terms of like this 0.25% risk loss, what I was saying is that maybe that if I can gather more data on these losses, and if all my losses come from buying above New York open or midnight open, then I just won't buy. Then there's no point risking that lower risk. So I risk lower just in case, because it just wants to just pump. It can, as long as we were a part of it. So I'm just going to send this there. Someone messaged me saying, is Nasdaq still a buy? I'm out. I don't know why he's crying. So He's got the crying emoji, which means that he's probably gone like or risk, like a lot of risk in there. So again, emotions already involved. I'm out. 0.25% risk loss. We'll look to enter again later. I'm finished. Did you go full margin? Someone he responded to me saying he's finished. Ugh. Does that mean that he went all in on that move? So to be honest, actually, you know what I'm going to do? Short-term high. If price takes that short-term high, I'm just thinking, do I want to hold? So because we're in on 2 entries here, and this is one thing goes down to like sort of just entering out of nowhere with that thingy. That's why I entered low risk. So we're always learning. Price takes this at this short-term high. That main trade with the sell limit, the one we entered a little higher, which is only like 10 pips in loss at the moment, so it's nothing major. If it closes back above here, that's when I'll start to close it, because then price is likely to just fly back up towards this buy side liquidity level. Don't want to be a part of this. Is bullish move. I don't even want to buy high, so we leave that there. Yeah, let Nasdaq mess around. Cool. Okay. Obviously not the best moves right there, but we're full transparency as usual. Low trade, for remember this is a lower risk because price will be not open. If price fails, we will attempt during PM session as mentioned on the free channel. If you guys are not in the free channel, don't forget to jump on. Look, we're transparent with our trades. We're not going to say TP hit out of nowhere. We make losses. Yes, that's part of trading. Welcome. If you wanted 100% win rate, you're in the wrong place. So at the moment, you can see here, I mentioned it on the free channel, saying that this is a low risk trade because price is above midnight open. Price fails, we attempt during thingy. But to be honest, that buy side was collected, and because we were distracted, it reversed after that. So stop loss should be an entry, maybe partials taken. You could have had, it was a 20-point move first, and then it dropped. So we did get a reaction that we wanted, but not enough to be an end of day play. So I just like, yeah, we'll come back. Yes, 4 reactions on this gold, which looks like a lot of people were entering on the gold sells. And then what ends up happening is price just pushes back up here. And it's back above this here level here, and potentially could take out the short-term high. Takes out the short-term high after this low here. That could be a market structure shift. It depends if the candles are above it. So this is what I'm going to be watching. Price closes above this level, 5-minute close, then I'm closing all trades. And then we just got to go again. So what I'm demonstrating here is how a trader should react when they're in the trade. Right now, cool, let it go up, let it do its thing, doesn't really matter. But what a lot of people will be doing is be closing the trades at the moment. It still can push back down. It just needs a big push back down. And I've shown you many times in saying that if price pushes above this high, this is my trade management. This is my exit strategy. And I'm showing you my exit strategy and how I will look to exit the trade and then carry on, jump in that swimming pool behind me and just go for a little swim. So that's what I was trying to say right there. Let's have a look. Nasdaq again, yeah, price used this potentially maybe a bearish inverted for a value gap, but we're not trading the bearish move. Yes, price has taken out the, I know Liam mentioned that price is now taking out the Asia high and the London high. Liquidity collection now goes back down, but based off what I was looking at on the daily, let me go to the daily. Based on the daily, right? Let's just move all this stuff at the moment because we're reset. Based on daily, we had a bullish close, right? Price closed above here. The liquidity for the next candle on the daily should be back above this high again. So price should make another bullish candle. Why? Because we are in the daily fair value gap. Don't get me wrong. That's what we have possibly having some rejection here, and price is holding us down on the daily time frame. But if we have been bullish, this is my key draw on liquidity right here. So this is where my buy side liquidity will be on NASDAQ, is where I'm expecting price to get to, right? If we're still bullish and we haven't started absolutely collapsing, that's where I'm expecting it, which is why I was buying. So I hope that gives you like a sort of understanding on why I'm buying. In terms of the weekly candle, there's a slight wick above there. I was just thinking maybe there's no wick there. But in terms of the weekly, we are also within a volume void as well. So again, this is also more resistance where price could potentially push back down. But does it want to collect liquidity first, then push back down? That's what we're here to find out. And that's what we're trying to attempt in this market. Now, price has pushed back down, taking us out here because it wasn't a key swing low. And it's now starting to push back up. Now, if it pushes back up, do we look to enter again? Is the question. No, because I won't. I think you can enter if you want, but I wouldn't because of that whole midnight open. It's still below on my list of entries. Look at that 5-minute fair value gap on S&P. Wouldn't that have just been a bad entry? But S&P is just it would have probably been a better one because you had a drawn liquidity right here, a gap where price should start pushing towards now. This is now retested off the new week opening gap. US30 is now pushing towards the PDH. NASDAQ might start pushing up again here now. So it just depends on what was good on the day to start your entry. US 500 would have been a potentially better entry because you had a better stop loss below swing low here. You can see a low put in the market and price should just continue that bullish sort of bounce off the next order block. NASDAQ didn't have that, but I was using this level here as maybe some sort of structural support, but it doesn't look like it's doing that. So it's fine. We just wait. We come back in PM session. Price potentially could start moving down before then, and then maybe we can get some sort of PM session pump which clears out all of them. So we still can get that. In terms of earnings, actually, I haven't spoke about that. Earnings, yeah. In terms of earnings today, 5th of April, 5th of May, sorry. After market close, you got like potentially like 2. So I'm not sure if they're a part of NASDAQ or not. I don't think they might be. Forward is on there, but that's pre-market open for US 30 perhaps. But yeah, NASDAQ's done. And gold, actually, is gold still going? Oh, it is. It's still valid. Wow. Let me know in the chat if you're still active on gold. Will be a mover. Who's still active on gold at the moment? Because I am still active. I wasn't taken out here. Price failed to push back above that prior high. The smaller one is still active, and the gold and the higher one is still active. The one with the better stop loss. Price better dump now, man. Better just go because quite tired of this trade. Price is now tapped back into this 5-minute fair value gap. I want to see how price reacts on this. I'm still in gold. Nice, nice, nice. 5-minute. That's tapped on there, man. I want to see price stop. If price fails and moves back up, might just close that entry. But we're just watching at the moment because this is a bullish PD array. yes, we had a market structure break, but is order flow still bullish? It could still climb and push back up. So this is what I'm watching. This is what I start to mark up now. So price is now tapped into this. If we start seeing like, price still climbing back up here, this confirms that yes, price will bounce off this and push higher. Then if price takes out this high, I'm just going to close. So with price pushing lower here, I want to see what the next 5-minute candle wants to do. In terms of risk on the 15-15, sorry, 33-15 entry, I'm bringing it lower. That's where it gets so tricky. You've got to make a decision. I'm going to keep it there. I'm happy with the risk. Just keep it higher as well, just in case, because price could just easily just do that and drop, but we don't have a reason for it to do that. Actually, no, we do. We have a bearish 5-minute fair value gap, which is being respected here. Closed above it, went back down, and it's now bouncing back off it. Which is what you see. There's a 5-minute fair value gap like this right here. It's now respecting it. See how it could use this one and push up. So just be careful. This is what I'm trying to like guide you guys through. This, we need price to close below here. If price can close below this green box, then I think it might be okay to start moving the stop loss back low aggressively to conserve our positions. So we're just going to wait on this 5-minute candle, see what it can do. S&P on the flyer. Look at that. S&P in terms of contract size on my the broker I have to use like a really big lot size for it if I was entering on it. But essentially, because there was a gap still not unfilled, no, I risk 1%. Oh, sorry, this guy has replied to me. You can look to close, I think. Don't want to show that on live stream. Price is taking me out, but bullish is the way for today. May look. Cool. What's gold saying? Hopefully it can start continuing back down for us. Right, so now gold's back into this 5-minute fair value gap here. So this 5-minute candle is going to be quite crucial in telling us is 5-minute going to close back below this fair value gap, because then this will then flip as an inverted. So if this stays as a 5-minute for now until we see a close, it's looking decent. Entering the lunch hour now, so it's going to might be slow price action coming up in the next hour. Ooh. Well done on the Nasdaq, man. Jeez, quite sad. There's not 30-minute. No, I'm trying to see like, was there actually an entry like on all the time frames? But no, it's just one of those ones where it just decides to push up. Sorry, apologies, I got hiccups. One sec. One guy still in the bullish here, took some out today somehow, but gold gave me 40, blah blah. Yeah, be careful on Nasdaq. There's loads of liquidity below. Apologies, gotta assist this guy. So take partials, and you can. That guy has done for today. He ended up messaging me. I'm not sure if he was in on this live stream. I'm not sure how he found me. But what we got going on here? 5 minute. Did we get a close below? We did. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. You see that, guys? Let me know in the chat if you guys can see this. That is calling the market right there, saying that if the 5 minute closes back below here, which it did, price should tap into this now and reject off it as an inverted fair value gap. If price pushes back up, okay, what I want to do here is happy to bring their stop loss back below just to reduce risk. If price pushes up minor, I want price to hold now based off that level. Reducing risk down to 33.18 on all trades. So reducing risk now, 33.18 on all trades. Gold, reducing risk to 33.18.2 on all trades. That's 30 point stop loss on one. That's 50 point on one and 30 point on the other. Sorry. You could do 0.3 actually. Now, I want this thing to hold. If it wants to push back up, then bearish move may occur later and may just want to dance around here. So we got potential order block here. That price could be retesting to push back up, but I want to see some form of bearish move. Anyone in the chat? Everyone's in shorts. Just make sure the risk is managed. I don't want everyone in this chat to say my account's blown, bro. What have you done? Hope you guys understand what trading is all about. I don't have to teach you on the basics, but step by step, you guys understand how I'm drawing this stuff. Look at our prices now rejected off this inverted fair value gap now. It's starting to push back down, so hopefully start seeing a nice clean drop back down towards this low. And this is where I want to start taking take profits here. TP1 right here. Sell side. Like so. NASDAQ. Yeah. I just look back at it. I shouldn't really look back at them because if this had gone to take profit, I'd be so upset. No, I'm joking. It wouldn't really bother me because we followed our strategy on to the next. But yeah, I'm just very wary about all of this. So what would happen is that in the PM session, I will have another look at it. If price gives us a nice little drop back below here, I'm happy to start looking for the similar sort of move. Give us all that confirmation to then move back up. If you guys want to be involved on that trade or want to be involved in VIP, link is in the description, man. Get access 50% monthly. It's 50% off monthly, 25 quid. Can't go wrong. Look at all the information that I will provide. A lot of insights. And hey, we in profit, boys. We in profit. 30 points on one. And break even at the other. So on this one, this entry here, you guys can close at break even. Can close a manual order at break even just to hold less risk. So I'm making that very clear on the free channel as well. Can close manual order, manual executed order at BE if you wish, as limit was activated. So you can close the original one, but because we have dropped both down the stop loss, I'm going to keep them both open. So here's an example right here. So you can close the manual execute order break even if you wish. The limit was activated. So you can see we got 1, we got 2. So for now on the chart, sorry, I'm going to get rid of this because this is our order. We'll bring that across and there you have it. Currently in the gold trade, moving in our direction, respecting the inverted fair value gap and close back outside again. Hopefully we can start seeing this start to drag down now and attack this level here. Right now, 30 points. I believe the initial entry was at 50 points. So I'm targeting 50 points. So TP1 would be this low right here. 3309 is TP1. I'm going to write that on the chart here. TP1, 3309. There we go. And TP2, let's see what we can do with TP2 here. TP2 can be potentially a 50% retracement of this. 3291. Why is that in terms of pips? 200s, damn. That is a move and a half. Technically, we could do a 1 to 2 and then call it a day. Like, you do want to just go for like 1 to 2 hours and then be done. That's what I recommend. Like, you don't want to hold this 10-hour trade. It's got to go back down. I wouldn't mind holding a very small one just to sort of hold it. But I'd say TP1, where we start securing our entries and taking half, is at here. And then I'd say that for the 1 to 2, 60 pips. That is potentially a 1 to 2, you know. So that's a 1 to 2 right there. So if you risk, say, 0.5, this would be a 1% right there. And you could potentially just take 1% off the trade, half it, and then you'll take 0.5%. Then you secure your risk at entry, and then just hold to the next R, which will be 100 pips, wouldn't it? Or 100 pips, which can be at 3305. 100 pip down. So I'd say TP1 there, and then the TP2 would be at 3305, which would be a 1, 2, 3R. Would it be? No. Hold on a sec. No, sorry, apologies. The initial stop loss was 50 pips, right? So a 1 to 1 is 3309. That's a 1 to 1. And that would be a 1 to 2, because that would be 100 pips. So the based off our initial stop loss. If you entered based off a 30 pip stop loss, is different. But because we entered originally with the sell limit at 50 pips, right there, pretty much like that. And that's how we're doing it. And then TP3, I'd say TP3, just hold a small one and just hold it and see how far you can hold it for. Technically, we could clear these lows, we could clear the rest, you could swing the rest of it. So TP3 open, I'd say. You could do a 50%, was where price could bounce back up, but some could start taking it back down here at this initial pump. So it just depends on what you're looking at. TP3 open. Oh dear. So you notice on the 15-minute as well. If you're a 15-minute trader, you can see that the price is failing to close above here on a 15-minute candle. Like even this spike closed back below. So once you started seeing a bearish candle here, you could then potentially sell stop loss above the next high or something, and then 15-minute trade that. But obviously we have a different approach of entering. So essentially that was it. Let's see what we can do here. That is price up 30 points. Once TP1 gets taken, I think it's good to, hopefully, TP1 gets taken. I think it's good to end the stream. Got the win, eh? That's a nice place to end it. Got the dub. Look at NASDAQ. It loves to upset us. Just going to go in our direction now. It's going to continue up towards a PDH, but it doesn't matter. As long as we followed our rules and we move forward. 12 people in the live stream. We're running about 3.5 hours now. Let me know in the chat, right? What did you think of the live stream? Did you, and provide some feedback? Give your boys some feedback. Was it, well, look how we explained the trades. Was it good? Obviously, we are in profit, so don't forget to say, yo, big bucks and that. So yeah, let us know about that. Let's see what we got. Price floating 40 points. If you're still here and active, I'm going to put the chat on the screen now, so you guys can have a, shout yourselves out. Who's in profit? Who's making money in the gold? Who wants gold to absolutely sink? This is based off a daily fair value gap play. Based off a daily fair value gap play. That's what we're doing. So we're sort of looking for this short because we want price to start closing back below this daily fair value gap. So I would like to see price at least within the purple box. It's good, but thanks. Nice. Thank you for that. Appreciate it, Omar. Anyone else within this sort of cell and got involved with us live? Let us know if you also got involved in the sell in the light blue box. Who was selling at this level? Because see where we were sort of got in. We got in on the major impulse, maybe, hopefully, fingers crossed. But obviously it's a bit early. But who was selling within this area? Let me know, and then you can start and learn from that sort of patience level that we sort of take. Because yes, we didn't get the initial drop from here, but we got a confirmation. It's a small confirmation. I wasn't too confident with the trade, but ends up working out. You got to be in it to win it, I guess. So yeah, I enjoyed it. Appreciate it. Like to learn from others' entries too and compare ideas. I'm done for the day. Hopefully see you again on here. Hopefully I have another time back on here. But if you already are in my free channel, link is in the description. Be involved in the free channel. That's where I share most of my entries if I'm not on live. But as you can see, we're approaching that TP1 position. It's where I'm going to take half. I'm going to probably close my manual entry as well because I've kept that open. TP1, hit fire. Oh, we don't have the fire emoji. TP1 hit, was that 50 pips? Plus 50? 57 pips. Lock trades. Did it take it out? Oh, it did. Yeah, TP1's hit, guys. So I'm just going to close it. Close one and bring an SL to the other entry. Going to update VIP here. That's it. Yeah, simple. Let me know in the chat if you made profit, take profit hit for you as well. Let me know. Obviously, we had Liam, we had Omar. Anyone else? We got 14 people in here. Gold. GP1 hit. Fire. Plus 57 pips. Oh, this absolutely collapsing now. Jeez. 3305 approaching TP2. Lock trades. Yeah, this is a live example, Tatenda, that really learned to be patient and not rush. Yeah, in fact. So you can see that. Let me share this 1 second. My mind's all over the place. There you go, guys. Day done. Profit made back on NASDAQ. So not too mad about that. Not too mad. Quite happy about that. TB2 3305. Let me just send this into Vincent. Sorry, you can see what happens when I'm. Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Okay, cool. Yeah, in terms of patience, yeah, you can see that how all of this, and look where we entered, it's just straight down. It's just no messing around. Just go straight to the target and start collapsing. So I'm happy with this. Great analysis. Thank you. Appreciate that. Is that 3305 yet? Because I do want to take another half. That look like it could be a 3305. Let me put array at 3305. Put that there. Right TP2 on that. TP2. Thank you. You just got as TJR. Hey, that is a compliment. I'm not too familiar with TJR. I've heard of him, but I guess if that was a compliment, I'll take it as a compliment. But that's exactly what we want to do. We want to be. We want to do more like this. Subscribe, obviously, if you haven't, to the channel, and again, join the free channel for some free analysis, kind of like this. You see how I just sent it to the free channel because it's just free analysis, really. And pretty much here, what we got, people messaging. Link is in the description. I got a few people messaging about the VIP. Link is in the description. Very, very cheap. Obviously, nothing too expensive. So the link is in the description of the live stream for monthly access to start getting analysis like this as often. But for now, we are risk-free on this trade. So TP hit, trade's now risk-free. Now, if gold wants to start pushing back up, it's just, yeah, that's just gold here. I'm happy we've taken some partials here, taken some profits off the table. We've made back the gold loss. I mean, the NASDAQ loss. So we're happy about that. Trade now risk-free. And we can leave it running. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to probably keep this live stream running. I'm going to carry on and go about my day, but leave the live stream. Let me know in the chat if you want me to just keep the live stream running so you can just see if there's any updates, like a live update, because I could potentially just keep it running for the rest of today. And it might be something that I do where I just keep a live stream running just in the background to just show what analysis I'm looking at on gold. But it's tricky if you do that because then I can't show multiple pairs at once unless I have the premium trading view. Nasdaq starting to go up, just 30 on an absolute flyer there. Yeah, it's after New Week opening up and went PDH. This should do the same on Nasdaq. What we're trying to see is, because we're back up in this area here on Nasdaq, we could see a PM session. So let price sort of consolidate, and then you could get like a quick drop, quick pump, and then entry from there, and then fly. That could be an example of what you could get, with entry being after like 1 p.m. New York time, or 2 p.m. New York time. So you could get that, and then price should just attack the prior daily high to close for the day. But I'll just be watching, and I'll be sharing on the VIP channel for entries. So if you guys want to join that, be sure to do so. Gold, what's happened? Yeah, pretty much. We'll keep that there. We've got inverted fair value gap in the way here. Hopefully you can provide some sort of defense on this sort of drop. You had a big drop, nice there, nice 50 pip drop on top. So you would have had a decent, believe almost 1 to 2. It's very close, so I'm going to hold for the take profit. If price gets towards it, I'm just going to close at 33.05. Hopefully it just closes half of it, because price can easily push back up here overnight, so you want to be in and out very quickly. Right here, let's see what that does now. I'll leave that there. TP1 hit, 57 pips, floating at 68. I'll keep my cursor there so you can calculate the pips and see how it goes. I'll leave you guys to it. When TP2 hits, I'll probably come back to give you guys an update, but I'll leave it there for now. It's been a Waste FX. Let me know if you enjoyed it. Don't forget to join the free channel. Peace.